What's up, everybody? Back again. We're live. We're on it. What I was doing, I was just setting up. If you've tried to use the max button, and depending on what the last digit is, if the last digit of your hedron balance, so your 9 decimal point after the zero in hedron, if that was greater than 5, you had the chance of experiencing an error on minting if you clicked the max button. And so for the few number of people that are doing that, I was just fixing that right now. And so that was why I didn't start my stream, but I figure I might as well just kind of talk you through as I'm doing it. So basically, if you had hit the max button, the way it displayed the number versus what's displayed in the blockchain are different. The one that's in the blockchain, you add 9 digits to the balance. So it has 9 decimal places. And so when you hit the max button, the way that I convert the raw, no decimal point number from the contract to what's displayed on your screen and the readable units that you recognize, just the way that to display the number in the little text box was, if your last digit was greater than 5, if it rounded up, then you would have experienced an error minting. And so people figured it out on their own. People would just remove the last digit. But so just to make that a little bit more of a smooth experience for that little sliver of people who fit that category, I am now fixing that. So it's been an exciting first couple of days. I mean, hours, really. I'm so tired saying days. Couple hours. We have at the present, we have 200 and let's see, let's refresh the page to get updated numbers. 205 billion hedron pooled, 174 billion hedron bid. 19.21 ETH has been donated to the executor to hopefully be used to cover gas fees. So that is pretty amazing progress so far. This is an expedited mint because of the upcoming auctions. So you only have 7 days, so maybe people are just aware of that. And people are excited. This is a big solution. There's been a lot of discussion in the ICOSA chat about really these different strategies. And so what Poly is a big solution for are people that want to implement a auto compounding hex and hedron stake strategy with HSIs from these auctions. So that's one of the various strategies enabled by the ICOSA system. And this is an awesome solution for people that want to hold the hex and hold the hedron and stake the hex and stake the hedron. It's like a, killer duo right there. So, and maybe now that I say it that way, maybe that's what makes sense about the ICOSA, because we've mainly been in the ICOSA chat talking about it, because they're the ones that got so upset about it. But maybe that's why, because our strategy is like implementing. But what's funny is that the main criticism was that it dilutes what we're doing. It's like, no, it doesn't at all. It like only puts pressure on people implementing a totally different strategy. So it's kind of funny. But the numbers speak for themselves. I'm going to share my screen right here. Maximus, let's see. Where is it? So here we are with with almost not even a full day has passed. We have 205 billion hedron, 174 billion in the hedron staking budget, because when you mint, you vote on what percent should be staked in hedron and what percent should be going to auction. So 174 billion. So if we were to look at here, let's do this. Let's pull up the leaderboard. $205 million. Okay, so we're here looking at the Hedron token holders at 205 million. The poly.maximus contract is now number 44 or number 24 on the leaderboard. So that, and in the leaderboard, things ahead of us in the leaderboard are things like 3 Uniswap pools, the Hedron deployer, the ICOSA contract, and the source address. So in terms of like actual addresses that aren't, liquidity pools or otherwise, that would put us at what, like 90, or that would put us at like, 20. So compared to head to head versus addresses versus other systems, that puts it at about number 20. So that's pretty exciting. And it is 0.182% of the total Hedron supply. And so that's pretty solid standing, as far as the, potential competitors. It's like you want Poly to be much larger than you or much smaller than you. You don't want Poly to be about the same size as you. It's kind of the way it works. And so luckily, to the hopefully this gives some calmness to the peanut gallery. But unless you have 200 billion Hedron, or maybe unless you have between 150 billion Hedron to say 400 billion Hedron, you really shouldn't worry about that too much. So wherever the peanut gallery, maybe here on the last page, oh no, that's only 1,000. So not even these guys really care that much. These guys benefit massively from it if they join, but they don't have too much to worry. This only shows 1,000. So I was trying to look at the very smallest, but you should be all right. If you were worried about Poly competing with you, unless you're like a mega whale, you're probably gonna be fine. So let's read the chat here. David Gomez says, hit the like button on the way in, everyone. Front running the GRC stream. I dig it. Win Moonsir, win lunch. Good question. What up? Poly available on ETH, ETHDub, and ETHF for any that didn't know. Might as well take advantage of all chains that may have long term. Yeah, I keep forgetting about that, but literally whatever chain you're on, when you go to the site, you can mint. So, provided the contract exists there, and it does, so it's available there. I don't have an indicator. Maybe that's some odd of the site is an indicator that shows you what network you're on. You can see it when you're on MetaMask. That's why I didn't, because like you can see it when you sign a transaction, but and it becomes clear, like and no one's even asked. So so maybe I'll add an indicator, but it is available on all of the chains. Win lunch, sir. I'm hungry. Yeah, me too. That's why I'm about to eat this orange. When McDonald's take Hex, sir. See, I don't really care if McDonald's, the restaurant, accepts Hex as payment, but it would be awesome if McDonald's, the behemoth financial institution that has a portfolio of real estate, income producing restaurants, basically a whole private equity firm and VC fund. I would love it if that aspect of the business was to hoard staked Hex in various different financial derivatives. Like, that's ideal. You don't care what they accept as payment. You want them to take the shit coins you don't like as payment, and then through their revenue producing machine and capital allocation machine, they convert the shit coins that you hate into the coins that you love, and then hoarding them on long-term yield producing, long-term capital preservation strategies. That's what you want. You don't really care if they accept it for lunch. Yeah, that was me. Here. You know what? We're going to do this right now. And I will solicit help from the chat. So just to help me test this, actually, I can do it on my own. So the problem, oh, you can't even see my screen, but that's actually okay. So the problem is that with that max button, we're gonna do some live, fixing of a minor bug um, on the max button UI. Um, the problem, like I said earlier, if you use the max button, there's a chance that it may round up instead of down. And then when you try to submit it, just based, it's so weird. It has to do with how Python converts the digit to the what is ultimately displayed via this thing called it's called Sculpt. It's like a Python to JavaScript interpreter thing. So it's a problem with how I'm using the format string. So display, and luckily most people figured it out on their own. But what I'm going to do now instead is I'm going to say that the display, we're going to take the string of the raw balance, and then we are going to insert a decimal point at the 9 from the back. So why don't we do this? We can simply okay, so why don't we do this? Why don't we turn on some music while we so here, I'll just share my screen here. Let me just okay. So whenever we're doing stuff, we want to make sure we're on the development branch. Sometimes I mess up and I am writing straight to master. Sometimes it doesn't matter if it's on a critical app, if it's a critical app. So I always make sure that I'm on development. So basically what I'm doing is so this won't show up on any changes I make won't show up to the main poly version. So what I'm doing now is there's something wrong with how I'm converting the raw balance into the displayed balance when you hit the max button. This is the max, when you hit the max mint button right here, that's the button here. So something with here is causing there to be more decimals than are intended. It's a weird little, I have no idea why it happens, to be honest, but it does for some portion of people. So rather than that, we are going to convert display. Instead of that, we're going to say it's going to be a string of raw balance that is where we insert something at the 9th digit. So how do we do that? Let's go to Google. Python insert character into string. How to add a string in a certain position. So you create a new string because strings are immutable. So using negative indices from the right. Okay, so that's what I want to do. So okay, so we're gonna here, why don't we look more specific? So Python split screen or split string character from end. I don't need to look this up. I'll just let's see. Okay, so we know that, so we can break this down. So we know the decimals are going to be the last 9 units. So why don't we say raw balance, so string of raw balance, CR of raw balance, the last 9. So let me just, sometimes I'm stupid and trying to do that. So why don't we just, oh, here we have a console right here. So here we go. We can just put in like a fake number. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then let's do 0, and then we're going to do decimals of, so we have 9 decimals, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's our raw number. Okay, and now we want to get those numbers. So let's do string of raw in the last 9. Let's see if that gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It does. So we know that the decimals, string of the raw balance of the last 9 digits. Okay, and then we know that the whole numbers is going to be the probably remove, right? So we're going to do the string of the raw balance dot replace decimals with, get rid of them. And then now we are going to say display equals decimals plus wholes. I think that's how you concatenate a string. Well, why don't we test it out here before we do anything? So we want wholes equals string of raw dot replace replace, just copy this in, replace this unit with blank. Let's see what wholes is. Should end in 0. Oh, okay, replaced. Okay, so we don't want to do that because in case that those digits are the same, we can split it at, I guess we can just remove the last 9. So, okay, so that's easy. We can just do string raw last. So we just, so maybe we do raw dot split. We split the last. Python remove characters from negative index. Oh, duh. Okay. So wholes, we just need to do this up to -9. So why don't we see what? So raw to -9. String of raw up to -9. Okay, so that's exactly what we have to do. So wholes are the string up to right, up there, and then so why don't we say that A equals string of raw only the last -9. B equals string raw only through the -9. We go A plus B, the whole number. We're going to say, we're going to check raw. So string, make sure that string of raw equals string of A plus B. True. Nope. String of the raw Oh no, A plus B. So A plus B. Oh, I see. Yeah, so if decimals are the last 9, wholes are up to -9. So here, let's just try that again. So we're just gonna get rid of this display, raw balance, raw decimal wholes, and then displays. Okay, so now why don't we pull up this up in this development app. Hmm. Okay, so that's not good. So it doesn't work for numbers shorter. So it's not gonna work. Because if it's only like, so let's say raw equals Okay. Oh my God, I just had a hilarious idea. Let's see. So let's see what decimals would be for this number. Okay, this isn't gonna work. I guess the other way to do it would, okay, let's do this, you guys. We're gonna make this, we're gonna ensure that it's smaller by doing, rather than displaying 9 decimals, we're gonna display 8. So you may end up with one little weenie hedron there, but we're just gonna do that just to be safe, okay? Oh, but no, it's still my input. Let's see. Is that even the problem? See, I don't know if that's will even fix the problem. We have the raw balance. Raw balance. Let's see, because the problem came from this. It was where it was like, maybe I can clean it up after the fact. So if the into the float is greater than raw balance, then we can just make sure that the EVM self.evm input Okay, so that's actually what I'm gonna do. Crypto Dave asks, what are you working on? So some people, when they were using the max button, depending on what the last digit was of their balance, they were experiencing some weird behavior using the max mint button. So now what I'm doing is, and it has to do with like how these text boxes are like, you can set them to either be for strings, which are regular letters, or numbers, and something with how I was passing in the balance, which comes in as like a specifically formatted number. The way I was just converting the number formatting from the on-chain to this little text box was causing issue for like some tiny percent of people, which I really honestly shouldn't be worried about it. There's an easy workaround, but I'm just making it so that it just makes more sense. So that should work as is. He says, yes, I experienced it. Yeah, so I'm fixing that. I don't like that little weirdness. I want everyone to hit that max fucking stake button. So we're greasing the wheels here. Okay, so I mean, this may just work. Okay, so we got that. Now let's connect here. Looks right. Because the system can talk. Okay, so it appears that works. I don't have it. Let's see. Actually, here, I can do it on Pulse Chain Testnet where I have a shit ton of Hedron. That'll be why I did it this way. Duh. So here, I'm doing this on Testnet. No need to dev and prod. Love deving and prod. Talk right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Damn, that sucks. This is awesome. Should I fix this too? This is only for people with massive bags. I mean, I don't know. It's not that big. A billion. I mean, it's big, but it's not like. I thought that was fixed. Let's see. Approve minting. So here, just so I don't have to, I don't want to snake all of that because it's like all my test hedrons. So let's do, let's open up another. Okay, count 5. Let's see how much hedron that one has. Okay, so I just created a brand new test wallet on testnet. Let's change this one out. So we connect, and fun fact. Oh, here. Oh, you can't see this, the window I'm on. Just make sure this works. Okay. Okay. He asked if the audit is available. It is. So that looks like it's working. All right, we're just confirming, and now we're going to publish. Here we go. Things seem to work. So now let's just go back to here, clean up anything left over that we had. If you put input as raw balance. Okay, so that should solve it. Here we go. Just like that. Now we're gonna merge changes into master. Okay. So now, why don't we just go back? I guess we can just stay here on testnet, so we can see our balances and stuff. So we see those changes that we just made. Yep. Let's see what the approval is. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Pulse chain testnet. Okay, so looks like it's working. So should be good to go. See if anyone has any questions. What website is the leaderboard? Can you speak on why HSIs of the multiplier is seemingly not a good deal for the one selling the Glycos contract? Obviously, desire one to buy, but I mean, let's think about it. Was there a bonus? Does that mean that it can borrow more hedron, or am I unclear on that? Because if it has more borrowable hedron, then maybe you get more icosa out of it. Is that how it works? So like, in that case, you get more, but then it's like you lose the golden goose. I don't know. Good question. Good morning. We're so early. What time is it where you are? Do you think buybacks will continue in the future? The icosa buyback? I mean, people will probably keep doing it as long as the icosa price is high. But if everyone does it, then the icosa price goes down, then less people will do it. But then as less people do it, less icosa supply comes online. And so as soon as it just gets absorbed, then it kind of returns. So, you know, who knows how it'll price it. And I have to know what's up with that visor, face shield, sunglass thing. I just have a really bright light when I'm streaming, and just to kind of keep the monitor light off my eyes so much, I've just been wearing this. It's my poly ring right here. Look at that. Gold Key got it for me. I'm waiting until last day to mint maximum hedron for poly. Oh, like with your stakes or something? Just watch it without knowing what he's doing. I need this song in my life. It's literally the default StreamYard one. Okay, so keep in mind, here's a little caveat on the last day of minting. Well, in the last 2 days of minting, actually, your vote doesn't really count because the initial stake has already begun. So hedron that comes in on the last 2 days, the default vote is 100% bid budget. So you won't even see the bid budget on the site at that point, because it's just like the mechanism that, like, because we wanted to start the stake, we wanted to run icosa contract.hedron stake start before, so that we'd be serving on a day when that first wave of liquidations may be ending. So we had to start the stake somewhere, and that's what the stake budget you're voting on is like how much hedron at that point in time is minted, or is staked. So any hedron that goes after the fact just boosts or after the fact, meaning in the last 2 days of the mint, that hedron is going to the bidding budget. So you're contributing to the HSI budget, which is awesome. It'll help, friends. How long do I have to mint? I'm trying to maximize my hedron. So here, let me show you how you can determine that number for yourself. So we made that change. So we should be good to go. So here I can just go to a new thing. So let's go to Etherscan, poly.maximus, $760,000, 211. Jesus Christ. Some big ones. Looks like people are minting since we published, so we should be good there. Wow, 3.2 billion. Amazing. Okay, so here's how you can know what day. So last possible minting day is day 1077. So here. So 1077. The current day, you can run get current day. It's currently 1068. So here, I'm going to make a little chart. So currently 1068, and it is Saturday, November 5th. So the last possible day to mint is November 14th, because 1068 is current day, 1077 is the last possible mint day. So last possible mint day is the 14th until the day ticks over to the 15th UTC. So all day the 14th. Hydrate, yeah, I need to. Here, I'll hydrate just for you. Also, I'll hydrate by eating this orange. Toby says, I think I'm going to do 1/3 to 1/2 of my liquid hedron for poly and stake the rest for huge payouts after these HSIs get bought up. That's a great strategy. Any amount, that's the thing, is any amount of poly in these or any amount of hedron in these pools is a success. Just getting 2 people to pool is a success. How funny would it be? I don't know why I just thought of this. Remember how we launched Team in the Perpetuals, and then midway through we also launched Diamond Hands? What if we simultaneously launched a icosa buyback pool? wonder how hard that would be. Probably trivial because I already do everything in the contract. What would that look like? Pretty cool idea. Do the math for some of these high-level dolphins that can make 100K a year just minting their HDRN at current price. If they have the 10x multiplier, yeah. Too bullish for hex. People worried about OGs dumping hex on their heads and zoom out. Yeah. Crazy how much photos lack of knowledge. Why is Hexecutioner so limited? I have no idea who the Hexecutioner even is. See all these people? I have no idea who they are. That's the other thing. Oh, maybe that's okay. One of the many hex something names. Is there a way to see the team tokens that have been burned from staking year one? Yeah, actually. Let's look at that right now. 93,000 team has been burnt. That means 93,000 maxi. How much is that? Like $6,000. Very curious about what exercise has been suggested. Yeah, only the executor can see that. Once you have time, it would be great to have an easier to understand dashboard hex. Yeah. I mean, just this one. This has all the information. Base, the hex price, the dollar price, how much principal, how much is accrued, and then the sum. Oh my god, you can't even see that. If you just look at this one, this one has all the numbers. We can work on the display and stuff, but these are the like comprehensive numbers. The hex to perps ratios. Also add info box top right to the network we're on. Yeah, I should. I do that right now. So first, let's get the logos. I'll do that later. I don't want to do it right now. Based on your red mask. No. Are these the VR leftover from previous business? I would love if these had like a display, but no. I absolutely love that. Oh my god, 179 million. Hey, what's up, Emma? Glad we caught you live. Perfect. Is polypair on Dexter a real thing or a scam? It's real. Probably. Over 100. How much water? 19 ETH have been put in for water. 7,000 water minted across 100 people. So 100 people in means it's 70 water per person, and 369 over 70, 70 over 369, that is 18%. So it's about 1/5 of an ETH per person, and that's pretty significant gas fee contribution. Add poly to MetaMask network to me from the dApp. Let's see. Make sure you're connected, and then let's do it now. Come on. Let's see. It did right here. So, not sure what didn't work. What are the glasses? I'm late. They're just glasses. I'm late. Where y'all sticking? Where y'all sticking Hedron? We'll Poly dashboard to show how many t-shirts you have Poly. Yeah. Well, once the information becomes clear. What the fuck? Y'all getting a 10x multiplier. Sandy Beach, once again. This fight breaks out between Pee Wee Herman and Oprah. Who wins? I feel like Pee Wee Herman probably has like crazy speed and quickness. Of course, thank you for the awesome program. It just helps with the bit design stuff. That's okay. Yeah, I need to do that. You should find me PNGs of the logos. If you did that, I would put that in right now. I literally don't want to go and look for all the logos. And maybe we'll ask Gold Key how we should display it too. I'll have him. How can I get the soundtrack? It's literally on the StreamYard default. You'll save the coast of buyback. Continue, all will be well. Glasses allowed to see in polycolors. Yeah. Let's go back to the portfolio so you can see how much has been minted. Hello, sir. Goat Dip Catcher. Good to see you. Thank you. Good to see you too. See if there are any voice chats I can pop into right now. What do you think? I'll do some voice chatting on the air. Jeez, everyone in the chat's going crazy. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Oh my god. It's pretty funny. I don't when we go to just laughing at the peanut gallery. I think it's just funny how they think that we're gonna get every single HSI. Let's see what the. Let me share my full screen. Should I just hop in the ICOSA video chat? There's no one in there, but
$212 billion hedron. See what's going on Twitter. Trashing all day, but it'll cost $8.
Where's the minting bot? Okay. I was gonna make sure it's working. Oh my god. Shoot. Oh, every time I refresh, let's see. $212 billion hedron. That's incredible, you guys. Let's see where we are on this. So we just went up a spot. Oh no, we're still in the same spot. Is 20 not a bit excessive for the gas? Well, I mean, people must want that water token. That's really what it's saying. And you never know. Like, what if someone unleashes a bunch of Chen minting bots at that time and just floods the network and gas is like 1,000 GWay? Maybe that isn't enough to bid. let's see, what other awesome data can we pull about? Let's see. Okay. So let's make some other information about this. So let's make a background task here. We're going to say, well, that's sort of uncallable. Sort of background task. So let's make f pull poly mint stats. Okay. So let's create a thing here. We're going to make a table. It's going to be called poly minters. You know, I guess we could just look here. Here, let's not do that yet. Two 176. 600 holders. The largest one is a 21 billion. Dear God. 4 hours ago. 15 billion. Oh, look at that. Has the Hedron deployer done anything? I keep forgetting about it. Let's see. Let's find Maximus holders. So F44, let's just see what tokens it got. Okay, so they haven't done anything. Hedron deployer has not minted poly.
What I'm saying here, look at this tweet I'm putting out. Let's look at my tweet and let's discuss it. So here's my tweet. Even if the executor oddly bid 100% of the balance on the tiniest HSI, the lowest the backing value could go would be 0.15 hedron. So at maximum, the centralization of decision-making of the executor has maximum downside of 85%. Not so risky, use your brain. I hadn't even thought of it that way. This budget here, it almost sets the price floor. You're literally voting on a price floor. That's crazy. I hadn't even thought of it like that. and reply to. Can you stake the ETH for water to earn yield, and any ETH left over after paying gas goes to water holdings? I mean, just put that into the suggestion box. That's literally what these suggestion boxes is for people to, recommend to the executor what they should do. In other words, we don't want these just sit there and be working for us. Well, so keep in mind, the ETH the ETH isn't yours. The ETH is the executor's. It's totally at their discretion. So, it's not like, wow, that is a good idea to, for the executor to, compound the ETH, something that I'll probably put in the suggestion box is that the executor should, if I was to build a gas pool contract for ending stakes, because the poly contract and maxi and all the pools, like they already follow a system where you can put in hold on a sec, guys. So what I was saying is, we already, like, every single stake pool already records who ends the stake. And so you could create a smart contract that trustlessly pools ETH and then reimburses the end staker. So that is, whereas the water one, it doesn't do it after the fact. It's like you're like pre-supplying the funds to the executor, to use for, whatever, because, other than gas, there may be other costs that the executor is bearing to perform the bidding, and so the water bucket, it can truly be used for whatever the executor chooses to do. So definitely try to persuade them in the suggestion box. But all the stakes already are prepared to support a gas pooling contract. And so if I build a gas pooling contract for pre-allocating the stakes, I'll recommend that the executor put some ETH in that gas pool. That would be an awesome use for it. So I will do my best to persuade the executor to maybe put some of that leftover ETH into a pool to end the HSIs. So, Retrostatics is Alex, and people on Twitter Spaces jump on. Oh yeah, so here, I'm gonna do that right now. All right, guys.
Hey, how are you, brother? What's going on, gentlemen? How's everybody? Great. Yeah, I'm doing well. Thanks for being here.
Hey, what's up, everyone?
What's up, Tonto? How are you?
Excellent. I am on a simulcast live stream right now, but we'll be rocking and rolling.
Yeah, I saw you developing with your crazy glasses.
Yeah, they're to block out the light, because I feel like my sleep schedule has been all fucked up with this light and then just streaming so much. So even though they're not like blue light blocking, they're just glasses. I can definitely feel a difference in my sleep quality when I wear glasses when I'm on my computer.
I hear that completely.
Oh yeah.
It's not necessarily. I don't know if humans were necessarily created to spend this much time in front of screens.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely weren't. Well, we're created to look at the blue sky and also look at the red horizon at sunset. So like that is what I feel like I'm really, because I do spend, usually in the mornings I'm spending outside, and I never wear sunglasses outdoors. I think sunglasses outdoors is really unhealthy for, it's bad for your skin because your eye's perception of the light is how your skin knows how to protect itself from the sun. And so you actually get worse sunburn if you wear sunglasses. And then also, I think it's like that sacred solar energy really should be absorbed by your eyes. And so I don't like sunglasses outside. And I feel like humans should be looking at the bright blue sky and then also like the red sunset in the distance. Like that's like a very like important thing for the health of your eyes, like not just like your with the light, but also just with like that depth of range. Because like if you think about it, people that live in cities, they don't really gaze out into the far distant in the far distance very often, and so like their eyes aren't the muscles that control the like surface curvature of your eyes, which is what gives you your vision. Those muscles aren't really being worked out. And so, all that to say that, yeah, screens suck and we should all spend more time outside.
No, I hear you. Well articulated. And, let's, before we run too far down that rabbit hole, because I can't. I promise you I can't. Let's, again, we can probably circle back.
Why? What more important stuff could be going on right now?
I have no idea.
I was about to have to bust out my biology book. I wasn't ready for this kind of a space. I was ill performed, man. I was like, man, how much photons are your lenses in your eyes supposed to have? I was about to have to get caught up.
All right. Well, I think we've hit the limit of 10 who can speak at a time. So if you were somebody else, another builder who was going to speak on the panel tonight, please send a request so that way we can cycle when it is your turn. As far as the community who has questions that are not builders or founders of a project coming to Pulse Chain, you will have the opportunity to talk to everybody or to ask your questions, to ask any builder any question you want. Now, this space isn't dedicated to deep dive into any one project. This space is to create a sense of unity from the builders and the founders of the projects that are bringing adoption and tools and community building to Pulse Chain. So we would like to keep the conversation centered more around the overarching sentiment of what's going on in our ecosystem, what's going on in crypto. And if you have a quick question for a builder, of course you have them here. You ask your quick question, but that was to say that you will have your opportunity to ask questions. The general order of events that we will do tonight is we'll start off. Every project will give about a 2-minute update as to where they're at in their project. And each project will give that update. And Buck, I see your mic open. Did you want to say something?
Oh, that was an accident. I was going to say, if anybody has questions that can be answered by looking at a website, I would encourage you to do that too. So if you don't know anything about a project, maybe just go to the website first before you ask that question.
Fair point.
I have a request.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Just barely.
Sorry, I'm in invitation. So before someone actually gets into the weeds about a particular project, can they make a tweet from whatever the actual account is for leading of that project? And that tweet, they can tag inside this room, because people will be coming in and coming out of the room, and they can scroll through and maybe look at the previous tweet about the project or where they're at as well. So like a little preparation would be great for each of these things that come up.
Yeah, fair point. So if you're listening, again, welcome in everybody. Tonight's going to be a very exciting night. Please share the spaces out. Let's spread the word. And for now, Funding Jim, I respect you immensely, my friend. I am going to pull you down as a speaker for now so that we can make way for another builder to jump on, because I believe we're maxed out. But your perspective is important, so I will pull you back up shortly. Gerardo, I did send you the request to speak. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, these are some of the builders, founders, developers in the Pulse Chain ecosystem. We know there's a lot of things going on in our space and a lot of questions that everybody has. And we see the community going in various different ways and various different opinions. But we wanted to come together as the builders, as the leaders of this community. No, make no mistake about it. We are just as much a part of the community as everybody else. We are in this with everybody. And regardless of what Pulse Chain is, its strongest asset is the community. And so it's important that we stay together, because as long as the community stays together, we can accomplish anything. And without further ado, I'm going to turn the mic over to my good friend Walrus, who's going to give us a little update on liquid loans and how to pulse. Walrus, the floor is yours.
Appreciate it, sir. Thanks for hosting. Yeah, so on the how-to pulse side, as always, guys, we're trying to keep everyone up to date. We're trying to keep everyone educated. With the pivot to the new consensus model, as soon as we get a little more clarity, we'll go through and be updating a lot of the education materials, trying to make sure this stuff is as clear as possible. We'll try to do a lot of both, kind of broad strokes and, deeper dives on the information when we get more for V3. So I know we're all kind of waiting on a lot of that information, as we try to always do. We'll try to do explainer videos. We'll try to do some write-ups, some blog articles, all those types of things to keep everything nice and clean. We are still building the NFT marketplace. Development on that is going amazing. It is written from scratch. So there's a lot of testing in the background. There's not as much stuff that we show out front with it yet. But it's incredible. We're very, very happy with the progress on it. We've done a lot to make it very intuitive. And again, we'll be excited to share more with that. We likely won't share too much on the marketplace until we actually have a beta ready for people to play with, which is coming sooner rather than later. On the liquid loan side, everyone can see the DApp. We have our balances out, all those things. We do have an update coming to the DApp. Should be the next few weeks with a few more adjustments, a little more analytics, things to play with on there. We do have some things we're going to come out that are related to PulseX that we're excited to push out there as well. That'll be, one will be sort of centered around LL, but a lot of it will be around education and some aspects of PulseX that really haven't been deep dived into. With both projects, we both have validators. LL has decided to take theirs down and then get ready, sort of focus on V3. How to pulses is still up. We haven't really decided, but we just have so many people staked there. It's been up for so long. I think we're just going to go ahead and run it all the way up until V3 or until we get a more formal announcement. But again, we'll try to make that clear, give everybody plenty of time to unstake from that, and hopefully have some more interesting things on the testnet to point them toward. But as a whole, on both projects, we're building, waiting like everyone else, but we have a lot of great updates to come. And then as much as things are sort of changing on the chain, our ideas about education, inspiring, and building cool stuff hasn't. So we're still got our noses on the grindstone, still building, still happy to be here.
And Walrus is the best place for people to learn more about either project's website, Telegram, where at?
Yeah, I just posted a tweet with the official How To Pulse and the official Liquid Loans handle. Both Twitter pages, since obviously you're listening to us here, you can go to either of those. They have all the links, the websites, howtopulse.com, liquidloans.io. Of course, we have our Telegram channels, which again, you can find on the official, both the official Twitter accounts. They can always message me. We're pretty much everywhere.
Perfect. Thank you for all you do. Thank you for the update. Next, we'll pass it over to Rags to Riches, who is a co-founder of the Texan.cc project. What you got for us?
How you doing, buddy?
Good, man. How are you?
Thanks. Good, man. Thanks for putting this together. A lot of credit to you for thinking about this. I think it's a great thing for the community and just people in general in crypto. So thank you very much. Appreciate you. So my name's Brandon. I'm the co-founder of the Texan Token and founder of the Rags to Riches community. A quick update on our project here. On July 4th of this year, Crypto Heartbeat, which is the founder, and I publicly announced the details of the Texan project. We partnered up with an organization in Texas that is focused on Texas independence with a membership of roughly 435,000 people. Matt and I, which is Crypto Heartbeat, believe that the next evolution of blockchain and crypto onboarding is actively tokenizing existing communities with high memberships that have no exposure to crypto. So in mid-July, we kicked off a donation phase. We raised about $1.5 million for the 501c4 nonprofit. We had 1,836 donations, of which about 1,000 were cash donations and 836 were crypto donations. Immediately after the donation phase was complete, we created a free claim campaign that is awarding hex stakers, pulse chain sacrificers, and pulsec sacrificers with 1 million Texan token per qualifying wallet. We currently have right around 17,000 individual wallets that have claimed thus far. And we'd expect that, based on those projections, to maybe increase to 25,000 to 30,000 by the end of our free claim period on the 19th of this month. Our lead developers, Ray Rastelli and Ryan Hungate, have been absolutely instrumental in creating a contract coded from the ground up, which is immutable, trustless, with no administrative keys, following the tenets of Richard Hart. Our primary mission currently is shifting to a focus of education, as I think many projects are, because we understand that onboarding communities is the most important thing, and the communities that we're talking to have no experience in crypto. So that's going to be our focus in the short term here. And I just want to say that we're extremely excited to be one of the first projects launching on Pulse Chain. We're also very excited to be sharing the room with people who also wish to populate and build out Pulse Chain so it can be up and running and functional on day one at a very high level. You can follow me on Twitter, or you can check out texan.cc. I pinned that to the top of this chat. And don't forget to follow Richard Hart Win on Twitter for Pulse Chain updates moving forward. Thanks, KG.
Well spoken, brother. And again, thank you for all you and your team do. You're an incredible addition to the community. Up next, we have Dip Catcher, or Tonto, and he is the founder and developer behind the Maximus ecosystem. Where are you at with the ecosystem?
Hey, what's up, everyone? Thanks for having me on. I'm Dip Catcher. I'm the creator of Maximus DAO. We focus on DeFi pooling. So we have a handful of hex stake pools where people could, rather than staking on their own, you can stake in these pools, and it provides massive gas fee savings, something like 99%. You earn more hex than staking on your own due to the bigger pays better bonuses, and the tokens are liquid, so you have access to instant liquidity. We started all this in May with our first launch of Maxi, which is a 15-year stake pool. We then followed it up in September with the launch of Maximus Team and the Perpetuals. Team is like the team member token for Maximus DAO. The Perpetuals are these auto-compounding stake pools of length 1 year for base, 3 years for trio, 7 years for lucky, and 10 years for deci. And so we rolled that out in September, and without skipping a beat, we just launched yesterday our next stake pooling asset, which is called Poly, which is a Hedron pool for bidding on these HSI stakes that are coming to auction. So we just launched that about 22 hours ago, and so far we have about 215 billion Hedron pooled. So that's about $800,000. It puts us at the 23rd largest hedron address. And so, similar benefits to our regular stake pools is that users are going to get better access to higher value HSIs. These HSIs are bundled into a, like our standard Maximus stake pool. And so the gas savings are very high, something like 99%. And then it introduces enhanced liquidity, for these HSIs, because instead of just having to either sell it to the ICOSA system or try to sell them on NFT marketplaces, these HSIs are bundled into a contract, and then that contract issues a token, and that token is tradable. So those are what we launched. We definitely take pride in just how much we roll out. We're really trying to solve problems in the Hex ecosystem and the Hex, and kind of by extension, Hedron and ICOSA. And in general, I build everything live on YouTube. So I know a lot of people that are listening, and also I'm literally live streaming right now on my YouTube. I try to just be as transparent as possible with everything, so that no one ever feels like any information was withheld. Like Poly, for instance, was built entirely from scratch on YouTube Live, where I just hop on, building the contract from scratch, building the front end apps, talking through the various, parameters, talking through just the strategy. And it's been a really helpful experience. So that's something I would recommend to other people building, is to, just put yourself out there. There's really no reason to not publish your work in progress versions of your products. Like, there's really not. It only aids in the transparency. And I think it's a valuable community experience for people to be able to see it progress from idea. Poly was an idea a month ago. Now it's on mainnet. And so I think people being able to see that is pretty engaging. That's something that I would recommend to people that are building in the space, is that, I've experienced massive positive results as a result of just kind of building in public. And so I would highly recommend that to other people as well. So you can definitely expect, more from the Maximus ecosystem. One, because it's like, there's like in this, there's this endless source of opportunity out there. And two, we're only getting better at building these things. So, we're definitely going to keep pushing it, keep pushing the limits, keep building things that are valuable to users. And so, buckle up for the ride.
Great advice. Thank you for the update. Well said. Make sure to follow Jibcatcher and everybody else on this panel to stay up to date with their projects. Again, please share out the space. Let everybody know we're in here. This conversation is going to extrapolate into also more general pulse chain conversation. So stick around. Up next, we have Just Ask Jesse with Power City. Tell us where you're at, brother.
Hey, y'all. So Power City is proud to be bringing to the community a number of tools. We like the idea of protocols that have tools that make life better for people on a blockchain. So one of those tools is called the Amplifier. It's a custom front end for liquid loans. It will look very different than some of the other front ends that you might find. And it allows you to set targets and goals and automate strategies. What have we been working on lately? Some of the latest things we've been doing inside of the Amplifier is looking at some of the fee optimization, gas optimization, making some minor tweaks to the front end, the way that it looks, the color, the feel, the words that are used to make it as easy as possible. We're getting very close on this. And I think this last week, one thing that we've started to include is the idea of making it very easy for you to close out positions or pay back a loan if you happen to have a loan. So being able to pay back your loan from any number of sources or staking pools you may be participating in, and then having the protocol automatically convert some assets and pay down your loan in a fast, efficient manner, right? So it's going to be a very powerful tool to run liquid loans. In addition to that, we have Pixel Park NFT platform, which we believe will be one of the most robust platforms in existence. We've been looking heavily at other platforms, looking at some of their pitfalls with how NFT metadata is populated and so on and so forth. And we're trying to make our platform as fast and as efficient as possible, as well as giving all sorts of tools to people when they build their collections, right? Of course, on top of these two protocols, we have something called the core, which allows you to participate in, we have a swapping platform inside the core for you to acquire some tokens, and then you can go and stake those for fees. We have a bridge. We partnered with multi-chain, so we can go from any one blockchain to over 60 other blockchains, your choice, cross-chain swap across multiple different chains. So those are some of the things that we're bringing to the community.
Thank you for sharing. Yeah, your protocol or your ecosystem has a lot of tools, definitely, to make a lot of these different transaction types more accessible and, I guess, more liquid in terms of being able to move around. So thank you for all you and your team do.
And most importantly, KG, you can find us on Twitter at PowerCityIO, online at www.powercity.io, and at Telegram at t.me/PowerCityIO. Most important. Thanks.
Yes, sir, Mr. LV. And if you put a tweet out from Power City, I'll pin it to the top of this Twitter space so people can also, and check out the top. So far, a few projects have pinned tweets up here, so you can find their Twitters from there. Up next, we have Hexy Bastard, founder of Poor Pleb. What you got for us, brother?
Easy, boys. Shout out KG. Thanks for putting this together, man. Nice community building effort going on here. So yeah, Poor Pleb, aka PP, is essentially a meme coin. We just launched the other day. The narrative behind our meme coin is that we enrich the many and exclude the few. So our actual slogan is whales get nothing. Now we have a airdrop available. Well, it's a claim function where it's 3 million wallets, just over 3 million wallets are able to claim. And this is anyone who has between $1,000 of Shiba Inu, Baby Doge, Cool Cow, Com Rocket, quite a few others as well, Cool Stooge, Loki. And then if you sacrifice between $1,000 and $1,000 for Pulse Chain, Liquid Loans, Fiat, Internet Money, Ninja, a whole bunch of our favorite sacrifices that went on Pulse Chain, you are also eligible for a free claim. We raised 1.4 million on the sacrifice, which absolutely blew my head off because it is a meme coin, but people loved it. We have amazing artwork. We have a great community building around this thing, and we are really aiming to be the best meme coin of the next bull run. We just launched the other day on Ethereum, and I have absolutely huge hopes for the future. I think it's going to do really well. We have a unique narrative that's never been done before by excluding the whales completely from the airdrop. And you have something like, well, we started with 69 days for free claim. I think there's like 65 left. And so far we've had 3,500 people claim, but we're hoping to at least 10 or maybe 100x that by the end of the actual free claim. So there's nothing groundbreaking going on here. It's a zero utility ERC20. The only thing that we've got going really is the fact that we're fun. We have some amazing artwork by our illustrator, Crypto Biscuit. We've got a great team behind us, and basically we're just trying to rally the plebs. We're trying to get the 99% talking about this, and over time, you know, with the free money and with the cool artwork, with the unique narrative, I think we're going to do really, really well. So relatively short pitch from me, guys, because there isn't a hell of a lot to it. But yeah, Zero Utility ERC20, which is obviously going to get copied over to Bullshit by default. And you know what? Like some of these meme coins that do nothing, they pump hard as fuck. That's what we're trying to do. So that'll do it.
Thank you for sharing, brother. And meme coins, they have their place as well, right? Every single project attracts a certain type of user due to its ethos, philosophy, community, tokenomics, narrative, brand, everything. So, and again, for everybody that, you know, if you want to deep dive into any of these projects, it's just a quick 2-minute update of where everybody's at. Join their socials, and that's how you can learn more. Next, we're going to point to OX Steph from Staker app. What's up, Steph? What you got for us, brother?
Hi, guys. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Perfect. Yeah, so I'm the CEO of Staker app. So for those that don't know, Staker app is just a mobile application that help basically user being onboarded into the X ecosystem, and with the venue of arriving of Polchain, will be expanding into a new set of features. So historically, we've been the app has been downloaded for more than 150,000 times in the past 2 years. We distributed more than 25,000 smart wallets that are called Gnosis Safe that let users have advanced security features. We've generated more than $100 million of volume in trading via the application, and more than 10,000 millions of dollars of staking. The average duration of staking for our users in X is 11 years, and we are the largest, second largest front end for Hex after Go or Hex.com. I think we've been managing just to get these results in the past 2 years by because we believe that crypto was not really user friendly, and so including a lot of like gamification helped a lot, and focusing on a lot of core values that we share in the community, like freedom. For Polchain specifically, we're doing a set of different things. We'll be obviously running on node. We have the technical capabilities. We are ready for delegated proof of stake, but since there is a recent change, we'll just be updating our infrastructure to act accordingly. We're actually very happy that we are moving towards something that is being more battle tested. And then ahead of the Polchain launch, we'll be launching the V2 of our application. We are planning to start alpha testing within the next 2 weeks. The new version of the app will contain way more statistics across Hex derivatives, PLS, PLSX stats, a lot of chart and prices across all tokens. So not only the 3 tokens that we support today, but probably the top 100 tokens on Ethereum, and something for Polchain. This new version will also focus on improving awareness for security and privacy for all our user base. So we'll just increase the level of gamification to make sure that our users understand the challenges of being self-custodian over their funds. And hasn't been really formally announced before, but in the next few months we'll also be most likely launching our own token or NFTs for our most loyal customers, with very sweet tokenomics, focusing on delaying codification, security, onboarding, and education. Our goal for the next cycle is to reach about 10 million downloads, and we hope to reach definitely about 1 million monthly active users. So we have a big plan for marketing in the next couple of months once V2 is alive. And if you want to join that new exciting story, we're a team of 5 right now, but we're hiring across engineering, UX design, and product. So reach out to me or contact us at staker.app or on Twitter at StakerApp, STAKERAPP. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Steph. You and your team are absolutely legendary. If you want, you can pin a tweet to this space so everybody knows where to find you. Thank you for for presenting. Thank you for being here. I know it's late where you're at. Up next, we are going to introduce Stoic, who is the founder / developer, correct me if I'm wrong, of the Coast ecosystem. What you got for us?
Yeah, cheers, KG. I'm Stoic. I lead a 6-person team here at Coast. Coast is also in this chat if you want to go check out that logo and follow us on Twitter. We've been operating for a little over a year now. Our business came out of the success we had in putting together pools for the Pulse and PulseX sacrifices. We put together over $4 million, I think, for each, which puts us in the top 20 for both of them. But what we found when we were doing that was that the people we were trying to get involved were largely no-coiners. We didn't do this with smart contracts. We did this with real-world contracts and investment products. And what we found is that many people have over-leveraged themselves into those sacrifices and needed buyouts even within our pool. So what we decided to do was, create this gamified token called Wait, which was a smart contract that tokenizes the time spent waiting for Pulse Chain. It's a free claim. You can go find it at 0xwait.com. But another thing we discovered in the process of doing those was that really the main value add we can provide to the community is something that we hope will plug into all of the other tools created by all of you great founders out there in the builders ecosystem. We're building a fiat on-ramp stablecoin that's one-to-one USD backed and a fiat off-ramp, probably exclusively for Pulse Chain, although we are talking about potentially putting it on Ethereum as well and maybe plugging into some of the other tools that all you guys have created. The complexity around doing this is actually pretty big. We've got a lot of people working on it. We're paying lawyers, we're paying lobbyists, we're in communication with FINRA and FinCEN about getting no action letters. And we're very committed to doing this in a legal way with regular communication with regulators, such that we're probably going to avoid having to be an MSB or an MTL. That's a money services business or a money transmitter. Really what we're trying to achieve is the smooth facilitation of assets getting from TradFi in the traditional world onto Pulse Chain. And we're agnostic as to where it goes after that. We want it to go into PulseX for exchange, and we want it to go into the other tools that everyone here is building. But our main focus is how do we get economic energy from off-chain onto Pulse Chain with as few friction points as possible. That's what we're working on. We're just waiting on a couple of confirmations from regulators and banking partners before we can go live. We'll have testnet out for that in the next couple of months. And we're looking forward to working with you all if we can plug into your services in any way. So come join us at 0x Coast on Twitter, 0x Coast on our website. I think it's Coast 0x for Telegram. So I look forward to working with you all.
Likewise. Thank you for all the effort you and your team are putting in and all the tools and resources you're providing for the community. Up next, we have Buck, who is the founder of a few protocols, tools, and tonight he's representing the famous badge. What's up, Buck?
All right, thank you, KG. So we've done a couple of these in the past, and it's really good to get together, I think, and just kind of spread a positive message to everybody and just get a bit of excitement around what everybody's doing. And I hope, Richard, that you're listening. I know that you don't necessarily want to appear in these things publicly because, obviously you can't endorse any of our products individually or be seen to be in that capacity. But I do hope you are listening and just seeing all the amazing stuff that we're all trying to bring to the Pulse Chain ecosystem. So yeah, a bit about us. So obviously I'm the founder of Fiat, as well as famous.io, as well as fatty.io. And Fiat is a fork of Aave. That's live. You can play with it now on testnet.fiat.io. That's finished. We sent it off to the auditors now. And I guess the big news there is that we're going to be launching it on Ethereum now as well. And I think probably Q1 next year is probably a good timeline for that. So having a Richard Hart-centric Aave fork on Ethereum is going to enable for the first time borrowing and depositing of Hex, which allows leveraging, shorting, hedging, all these good things that you need in order to run a financial portfolio well. So for all the guys in here like Eric Wall, who are professional investors that would love to short HEX as much as they talk crap about it, they'll actually have the opportunity to do that for the first time. And then we are also doing a new project as well called famous.io. And this is going to be a leverage perp exchange for tokens in the RH ecosystem, as well as, you know, some of the guys up here tonight like Hedron, et cetera. So once again, the haters will be able to come and brag about shorting HEX, and those of you that believe can long it. Those of you that just want to hedge your position, or, you know, maybe get a 1.3x leverage long, you can do that too. So we're bringing those sort of DeFi solutions to the Pulse Chain ecosystem. And we're a team that's basically comes out of traditional finance. We're investment professionals that worked together for 10 years in a traditional finance fixed income environment. But we have deep computer science backgrounds, not me particularly, but the rest of the guys that I'm working with on this. And yeah, we have a pretty good history of delivering on the things that we promise in a timely fashion. Just with the famous sacrifice that will be coming in the next kind of month or two, you should expect that it'll be capped like our first sacrifice. Our first sacrifice filled up in only 5 days. I expect something like this will happen as well. We cap our sacrifices because we want to leave meat on the bone. So just make sure that you follow this account and that you join our Telegram as well, because it's likely that this one won't last too long either. But yeah, we are really excited to bring things like flash loans to this ecosystem, and you know, we're already planning on building things to do arbitrage and other things that are going to make it hopefully a better run ecosystem as well. So, you know, pricing will hopefully be you know, more accurate and things like that. So we'll keep producing solutions as long as you know, Hexicans need them, and as long as Ethereum has like a little bit of a advantage over us with protocols, we're just going to keep taking the best stuff that Ethereum has and making it usable to you guys. So yeah, thanks everybody.
Thank you, Buck. Appreciate you, everything your team is doing. Shout out to Eric Wall. Thanks for being here, brother, as well. Thank you to everybody in the community who has taken time out of their Saturdays or Sundays or Fridays, wherever it is you are in the world. It's most likely a weekend for you. So thank you for taking the time out to be here and learn about what is happening in the Pulse Chain ecosystem. Up next, we have founder and developer of Stu. I think you're going to represent the Tetra protocol tonight, but I'll let you tell us about updates you have going on.
Thanks, KG, and thanks for putting the spaces together tonight as well. So people may know me from being the founder of the Reflection R2 protocol. R2 Reflection is effectively a reflectionary style contract protocol. We've just recently announced that we have removed all the fees from that protocol, and you're going to be able to still stake that and receive any coin on Pulse Chain. It will exclusively launch on Pulse Chain. A few weeks ago, we announced further development of a new protocol that is going to be associated with Reflection R2, and that's the Tetra protocol. So Tetra is this is sort of hot off the press just from a few weeks ago. We've not made too much of a big song and dance about it yet, but it is effectively a strategy building app. It's a software as a service that will work on Pulse Chain, but we also plan to take it multi-chain as well. And we hope that by the time we're finished developing Tetra, that Pulse Chain is ready so we can launch there first. But effectively, Tetra as a drag and drop strategy builder, we're using a Google Blockly front end to allow for people to effectively drag and drop blocks that would in essence interact with any contract on the blockchain. So you could think of it as being like a really fully dynamic DApp front end that allows you to build out interactions with contracts. You can use it to visually create strategies that interacts with multiple different contracts, and it basically would trigger these actions and transactions during certain market conditions and certain listeners that were tapping into through its decentralized oracles and things like that. So it's all relatively new stuff. There's going to be a wallet that's attached to it. It's going to be the strategy wallet, and we've got some other cool features as well. So I'll post a tweet, KG, and you can maybe pin it. And anybody that wants to find out a little bit more about the three protocols, the Refraction R1, Reflection R2, and the Tetra protocol, we've got some information on the website. And if you check out our Telegram room, we've done a recent AMA over there that really goes into quite a lot of detail as to what Tetra is. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Stu. And your protocol, bringing another cool utility, another dynamic utility, making it easy to drag and drop. That seems to be one of the biggest shortcomings in the crypto space, is that beginner gap.
Yeah,
next,
absolutely.
Oh, yes, sir. So next, we will open it up to Alex, who is the founder and developer of Hedron and Icosa. What's up, brother? What you got for us?
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for putting this together, KG.
Of course. Thanks for being here.
Yep. So I'm Alex. I'm creator of Hedron and Icosa. Just a quick overview. Hedron is a system which rewards hex stakers with pre-mintable tokens. It also enables the ability for trustless lending, where the beneficiary is the entire collection of Hedron holders and not just any one individual. And probably one of the most notable things is it allows the encapsulation of hex stakes to be traded as NFTs on secondary markets. Icosa is a addition to Hedron, which enables the staking of Hedron itself for the Icosa incentive token. It also has some interesting features with those encapsulated hex stakes, allows them to be sold to the Icosa contract for those incentive tokens, and those incentive tokens themselves can be staked. Lately, there's been a lot of news. We've got this stuff with Poly that just happened, which is a kind of a trustless pool that Dipcatcher has been working on, and that allows people to all enter in and collectively bid on these HSI auctions. And what those are is people who borrow against their HSI hex stakes. They are able to, if they don't make certain payment schedules, they're able to get liquidated, and it goes to an auction and the public can bid on those things. And one of the features that Icosa brought to the table was during that HSI buyback mechanism, a lot of these stakes would just end up getting pushed into that auction. So there's a lot of commotion right now because we're coming up on the first day that those auctions will be possible, which is November 13th on UTC. And right now there's about 6,500 hex stakes that have been encapsulated and put there that'll be going to auction to the highest bidder. So that's going to be fun to watch how that plays out. Aside from that, I've been working on building a small data center to bring services for other projects to the PulseChain ecosystem. And this is mostly going to revolve around archive nodes, hosted subgraphs, and doing event caching and stuff like that. So there'll be more details on that when that becomes more of a reality, but it's been a large time sink lately for me.
Yeah, I saw your little video on Instagram there. I'm like, dude, a whole warehouse? That's awesome, man. You, and I don't know if you have a team behind you or if it's just you, but either way, you're bringing awesome utility to Hex and obviously now PulseChain. So thank you for all you do, and thank you for being a cornerstone of the community.
Yeah, it's hard work, but if we want to be relevant long term, these are kinds of things that we're going to end up needing.
Of course. All right. Well, I believe outside, I seem to be the last builder that is going to speak on their project this evening. So my name is KG. I am the founder of the Internet Money ecosystem. And our big update for the night is we have entered into private beta, and we are on track to release our public beta on iOS, Android, and as a Chrome extension this month. We are building the first tokenized multi-chain EVM wallet of its kind. If that was a mouthful for you, it's like MetaMask, although we're building from the ground up. We're not forking MetaMask, but it has the same function as MetaMask in that you can connect to your favorite EVM or Ethereum-based chain. But the major difference that we have that MetaMask doesn't have is we are the first crypto wallet in history to share 100% of its fees with the holder of our native token, WD, or wallet dividend. All you have to do is hold that token, and whatever chain that is being transacted on and you hold it on, you earn passive income in the form of Pulse, ETH, BNB, Matic, AVAX, Phantom, whatever EVM chain you're holding WD on, that's the chain you earn fees. Only 2 billion tokens, no inflation in that token. It's beautiful. It's the first of its kind. I truly believe that it's going to change the future of crypto wallets as we know it. You can follow us on Twitter at InternetMoney.io, our website, InternetMoney.io. Everything's InternetMoney.io. We're very active in Telegram. That is probably the best place to learn more and ask questions. That's our big update. Public beta this month. Stay tuned. And I believe that is all of the builders. Thank you all for presenting tonight. Thank you all for your updates. Thank you all for your hard work. This just goes to show the power of this community, that we are all still so engaged and so inspired by what we're building, that we are here together to show support for one another, to show support for the community. So thank you all for being here. If anybody would like to come up and ask any questions of any one of us, if it's about our project, keep in mind that this space isn't about deep diving into any one project. So if it's a quick question, feel free to ask. But if you have any questions, Pulse Chain related, we are here. Come up, ask your questions. Floor is open to the community. And I see a few requested already.
Hey, how you doing today, buddy?
What's up, Corey? How are you?
I'm doing very well. Thank you so much for asking. I just wanted to say that this community is so united, even in the midst of adversity, in the midst of unfortunate controversy from outside, from outside forces, and it speaks volumes and it sets a precedent of what this community can achieve, even under the most immense of pressure. And I want to thank every single person who came tonight to speak about what they are doing and building on Pulse Chain, because we need to understand that with Pulse Chain, mass adoption comes with individuals building on the protocol. And as a result of these fine men that are building these projects, we should be respecting them. We should be giving them honesty and integrity. We should be looking at this as an opportunity to expand Pulse Chain and not to look at individuals coming into Pulse Chain with a sense of disdain. And I find that to still be something that I see not as often as I used to, but we need to be very prudent yet accepting of new projects launching on Pulse Chain. And what these fine gentlemen are doing today kind of speaks volumes on that. So I just want to say, guys, be prudent, but also be extremely accepting and open to new projects launching on Pulse Chain, because more projects that are successful lead to adoption. So thank you so much, KG, for hosting us. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you so much, everyone here.
So Corey, I want to thank you for all the support that you've shown all the builders and all the teams that are working on Pulse Chain and that you've shown for the community. You know, all the work, the hard work that you put into your YouTube channel and the interviews that you do has opened the door for so many people to get in front of the community and share what they're working on, what they're building, and what folks are trying to build and bring together onto this Pulse Chain ecosystem, right? This entire chain is not going to be launching empty. It's going to be launching with all of these teams that are working hard to bring something. And you've been, a critical part of getting that message out there and bringing awareness to the community. So we appreciate what you do.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot, man. I really appreciate that, LV. It's important to understand that the evolution of ideology in the Hex community is not a negative thing when it accompanies individuals that are looking to create and expand the Hex and Pulse Chain ecosystem. Now, of course, there's going to be malevolent actors coming in that will act with a smile and then try to screw you over. There's a fact. That's a fact. That's in every single ecosystem. But if there's 5 projects coming in, let's say, and one of them can be a blockbuster success to bring adoption, we shouldn't look at all 5 of those with complete disdain. We should look at them with caution. But when they prove themselves, that proves the point. And that's exactly why I think it's so crucial that this I still see this petty bickering sometimes over who's building on Pulse Chain versus who's investing in another project or so on and so forth. And I just think that it's very, I think it's causing unnecessary divisiveness, especially at a time right now when there's controversy and adversity that's been surrounding this community, and it's unfortunate. So I think that it's very crucial, by all means, to embrace these projects that have shown over the last year, 6 months, that they are legitimate, that they are building, that they are here to expand Pulse Chain, and that it's evident that we don't just want a ghost chain, because we will be competing. Pulse Chain will be competing with other layer 1 chains that have massive amounts of adoption, that have massive amounts of builders, and to push people away on the basis of this notion of a one-size-fits-all paradigm is just unacceptable, and in my opinion, a dying order.
Yeah, so Corey, I kind of want to address this because this is honestly the elephant in the room, and I just want to hit it head on here. And this is, the FUD dealing with the SEC as well. A lot of people are curious about that. So what I'm about to say, these are my opinions, not the opinions of my project or any of my team members. So I think it's been established that governmental agencies around the world are typically a thorn in the side of innovation when it comes to crypto advancement. And I also believe it's highly hypocritical that the SEC has the audacity to go after cryptocurrency when the biggest scam ever perpetrated on populations around the world is centralized banking and discretionary monetary policy. In fact, the crypto community is a direct answer to the generational theft that centralized banks perpetuate. So in my opinion, the documents circulating around the community, they seem legitimate to me. That's my opinion, and also the opinion of people that I have spoken to that are more knowledgeable about these types of things than I am. So also, in my opinion, I think most people realize that some semblance of this regulatory strong-arming was going to occur anyway at some point in the future. There have been no charges filed up until this point, as far as I'm aware. I think this needs to be business as usual for the community and the builders. We have to be okay with things like this happening because it's obviously not the first time it has happened, nor will it be the last time for it to happen with crypto at large. And just because there's a risk, let's say, of a car accident, that doesn't mean that I'm not going to drive my car. Just because there's a risk of salmonella doesn't mean I won't eat food but you won't eat chicken, for example. When you understand what's at stake and you understand why cryptocurrency exists, when government attempts to stifle innovation, it gives us the very fuel and the very reason that we actually need to step on the gas in terms of our development. Other entities in traditional finance operate under this assumption too. And you look at, here's some companies. I wrote down a little list here. So you have, these companies have been sued by the SEC. Bank of America, Merrill Lynch, Charles Schwab, Wachovia, JP Morgan, UBS, Oppenheimer Funds, cryptocurrency projects, Dragon Chain, XRP, BlockFi, Poloniex, individuals, Steven freaking Seagal, Kim Kardashian. The list goes on and on and on and on. So the risk is always there. And in my opinion, we need to live with the risk and not be intimidated by the risk and not jump to conclusions. So those are my comments on it.
And you're absolutely right. And I think that one of the main things that's happening right now that you bring up very eloquently is that there is so many people trying to convey that they understand SEC law, discussing this on Twitter without actually understanding SEC law. And again, I don't understand SEC law by any means, and I'm not conveying that I do. What I am saying is that this further convolution of attempting to say whether or not this is fake or not really needs to, I don't know, I feel like this is becoming an argument on the basis of cognitive dissonance rather than logic and reason. And I think that may be an issue.
Alex, yeah, go ahead. You had your hand up.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important in this situation to take a step back, just, look at what we know. I mean, we're fortunate we know anything at all, right? All we know is there are a handful of people who have reportedly received letters that could or could not be from the SEC. We will never know, right? Like, at the end of the day, these are just letters. This is not an actual court case yet, if it exists at all. And, that's something that these people who receive these subpoena letters will have to figure out and deal with on their own. If they are real, chances are they're probably not going to publicly tell us much about it because they probably won't be able to, So I'm not going to give anyone financial or legal advice in this case, but, if I received one of these letters, I would probably look into legal counsel and shut up, at least for about this specific thing, in terms of major things that come out later on that are more real and tangible and can be publicly known. That's a different discussion when that occurs.
And I do see everybody who is requesting and has their hand up. So we will cycle through everybody. Please just keep your request up. We will keep the conversation going. Win-win, you had your hand up next. What you got?
Hey, everyone. Thanks, KJ. One of the things that first drew me to Hex was its immutability. And with these SEC letters going around, and we saw what happened with Tornado Cash, and it's still functioning flawlessly, that's what we want to build with Win-Win. Something which can't be turned off, has no open keys, is immutable, non-custodial, etc. I think the community's understanding of admin keys has evolved over the last year, and now we understand that some of them are sometimes necessary, for example, in fiat. But in general, being able to have something which the government can't control. Because, if you paint a Venn diagram, and on one side is ethics and the other side is the law, there's a lot of overlap, but it doesn't perfectly overlap. And there's nothing unethical, in my opinion, about Hex. There's nothing unethical about Tornado Cash. It's a tool. You can pick up a knife and, chop up some vegetables and cook yourself dinner, or you can stab yourself with it. Like, these tools, when used properly, they're fantastic tools. I think Hex is one of them. I think Win-Win will be too, and a lot of the other projects that are building that are in here tonight. But that's sort of my take on the whole SEC thing. Like, we need to develop tools which can be used flawlessly forever, and then governments can sort of join the party later.
Go ahead, Funding Jim.
Are you guys able to hear me if I speak up?
It's kind of muffled and kind of quiet.
See, I don't know if it can make any difference. Someone's symptoms, so I really can't do much about it. Can you hear me?
No, brother, that's really, really bad.
Hang on, I'll be back.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and pulse. I can't see your full name. Pulse something.
Good evening, KG. Good evening to everyone in the room. It's an absolute privilege to be here. The full name is Pulse Unity. We came over recently to Pulse Chain with essentially the project to bring social media into DeFi. We've been building a social media platform which will basically enable anybody in DeFi to obviously create profiles and connect across to your Twitter groups, your YouTube groups, and these things. And predominantly because there wasn't one in the past. There was no, you've got Facebook, you've got Twitter, and you've got these things. And there wasn't physically a social media platform being built that could then move over to Web3 and enable things like Wallet Connect and bits like that. So someone introduced us to Pulse Chain. Look at the amazing people in this room, the amazing projects that everyone's building, and we just wanted to bring the opportunity of social media to that and develop mobile apps and everything else to go alongside that. So really just wanted to say hello. We're in the group. We're in just listening. We're here to promote news, anything that anyone wants to sort of say in social media at this stage.
Thank you for that, and good to have you on board. Dipcatcher, I saw you had your hand up.
Yeah.
Floor is yours.
Yeah. So, not to go, because I really haven't looked into any of the things with like the SEC letters that actually people got. Like, I didn't spend too much time looking at that, but just in general, as it relates to, just government suppression of people peacefully performing math on the internet and using software on the internet. It's like there's sometimes laws are just like the government decree that puts people at a major disadvantage. And you saw it in with like the answer to it was like the civil rights movement, where it was where the time matched up with like public support and active communities combined with civil disobedience and really pushing back to kind of sway that public opinion and cause policy to change as a result. And maybe that's the what we may find ourselves in, is that as it relates to governments trying to suppress crypto assets and the people that use them and the people that create them, maybe the community that we have here is that kind of nucleus of of strength that maybe we're the oddballs that are the ones that are able to push back. Where if in the event that we are the ones taking on this type of suppression, then perhaps it's our own civil disobedience that can be the solution. And so that's what I think. Compared to it's like XRP. It's like, do the XRP people really have that in them? Like, do they really have that gumption? And but I think that the Hexskins do. And so I think that maybe this is like our the situation is that maybe it is the Hexskins that need to take this thing on, and we're probably the ones that are most equipped to do it. So that's all I really have to say on that topic, is that I think that civil disobedience is a major part. It's part of the balance of power, and because we all center around blockchain software, that inherently gives us an advantage. And so that's just kind of my take on the whole situation.
Jawa and then Funding Jim.
Hey guys, thanks for putting this on, KG. So my question, I just had a quick question for Steph. This is off topic from SEC stuff. I just wanted to ask Steph. Now, your Staker obviously is the premier Hex app, right? I'm just wondering if you've changed your views at all, if you're gonna show any support for like Edron or Maxi or Perpetuals. Just kind of wondering where with that if you're kind of feeling differently.
I can speak very quickly to that. So the dilemma that we are currently being faced with at Staker is that if we really want to focus on mainstream adoption, it's not in our interest to expose too many advanced features to users, right? If I talk about, HSIs to my mom, she won't have a clue, she won't care. And so there's this trade-off when you're building any project application in terms of like what is your audience. And from the very beginning, we decided to go for after mainstream. That's why we came to this concept of leagues, gamification, very simple interface. So there will be a space probably where we integrate some sort of a more or less deep integration with other X derivative, depending on the user demand. And also our users are customers or just simple users, right? Because for us, this engineering cycle, it's resources allocated to that. So there's another path that we could take going into next year. It would be open sourcing part of our application in a sense that anyone building new derivative on X will be able just to submit pull requests. And then we'll be able just to basically merge some of the new features, advanced features into the product. So we're still debating internally, but our main focus is really on adoption. When we are talking about, maxis, HSIs, and other derivatives, these are so advanced that, in a sense, that you go away from the main purpose of why we're here and how the community was founded initially, which is about dealing gratification, right? You put a bit of money in the future and you come back. So we want to really keep it very simple. And so in time, I think we'll see how much of that, trade-off we are willing to take.
Go ahead, Funding Jim.
Is my microphone any better?
Much better. Good to hear you.
Great. So a couple of different points I'm going to speak about. One is because what touched me off a little bit was Corey when he was making his pitch about being open-minded. The reason why there's so much energy in both the Pulse Chain ecosystem, PulseX, all the derivatives and companies that have launched or plan to launch on the network is because 3.5 years ago, 4 years ago, Richard spent probably thousands of hours managing, cultivating the community. Telegram rooms, I was amazed. I was like, does this guy ever freaking sleep? Because you would think that you would be off of his sleep cycle and making some kind of communication. There he would be, or there he'd be making a tweet, or there he'd be doing an 8-hour stream, basically engaging anybody that had any kind of commentary, whether it's positive or negative, he would engage it. So I think a lot of my respect for Richard came from that origin story in those first couple of years. When it comes to a couple of different things, one is Corey was saying about being very open-minded and receptive about people. I've always been hesitant myself, and people know that. You can call me Fudding Jen if you want to, but I was in medicine for a long time. I was, decades. And to bring your kid to get some kind of, sinus infection kind of treatment, you kind of want to know who the guy is or the girl is treating that person. I understand, we're in a weird world where crypto and everybody wants to be anonymous avatars and launch some kind of project after being funded for millions of dollars and basically just be socially accountable to the Twitter, hopefully updating on what's going on. I understand that to a degree, but most of my history in business has been with people. And so part of my interest in the community growth over the past 3.5 years, and once this launch about Hex the product or about the founder, is because of that accountability. I love that about it. Now, what was great was, challenge and great was, I went through all this SEC stuff that's been commented about. I went through all this in 2018 and 19. That's one of the reasons why I participated so strongly in Hex, because it was different than a different project I used to be part of. And I was one of the core community people there, the most engaged as far as all the different origin stories of 17 into 18 into 19. And that was actually a company that was based in the United States, publicly accountable, the founder and so forth was, appropriate LinkedIn. I visited their offices. I participated in a lot of different stuff on Seattle blockchain back in 2018 and so forth. And that guy dicked over the entire community, right? Planning to launch something that didn't happen. What I loved about Hex, and again, I engaged a lot. I mean, like I was subpoenaed. I had to do testimony, all kinds of stuff because I was subpoenaed. And so I kind of know what the process was like because I went through it in 2018 and 19. And then when some people have heard some of my origin story about how I first learned about Richard. I learned about Richard because of Crypto Beatles, Rob Beatles. And he used to have a very popular YouTube channel. He engaged a lot of people in Silicon Valley. And he was a personal friend. And I reached out to him and said, what am I supposed to do? Like, I'm getting these letters and I'm a known person. And what is this process? So I went through this stuff in the past. And what I am happy about, especially all the people that seem to have spoken today, is that they've been public figures. They have, for the most part, been engaged on YouTube, been engaged in Twitter spaces. They seem to have reputation and knowledge base that they're sharing. And they also have this entrepreneurial drive that I love. I love it. I love it. I am so enthusiastic about PulseChain and PulseX when it launches and all the amazing projects that can come, which will be gems for sure, some. But a lot of them are going to go through the same process, in my opinion. And Richard has said this as well. It's reasonable to be enthusiastic, but like the vetting process of human beings is like 50,000 years of history. If I can't see your eyes, if I can't participate in the conversation, and basically you have to pass the sniff test, I'm not participating. Me personally, I'm not putting my brand. We have years and years and years as OGs, especially in this thing, years of time, tens of thousands of hours of participating in this community growth. And I do not want that sacrificed because we want to be open to something participating on PulseChain that might be great. Richard invested his time and his money into launching a complete product. This was especially after the ICO craze of 17 into 18 and all that kind of prepaid bullshit. So, like, I really hope that a lot of people in this space or that listen and replay consider your future and your future brand and being able to stand up to the scrutiny of government or community or whatever by having integrity yourself. I'm willing to support a lot of the projects that I heard today. I really do like a lot of the projects. I do want to see their code happen and make sure that, I'm not threatening people that come after me by my approval, particularly, or Rags, or Walrus, or anybody else that's been a public face in this space. It's very, very important to me that the purpose of cryptocurrency to me is more than simply get rich, because I can get rich as a crack dealer, and I can get rich doing all kinds of horrible shit to people. But that's not the way that I've built my life so far, and that's not what I want in my future. So I hope that people have the same integrity.
Go ahead, Steph. And anybody else that wants to request, we'll pull you up soon.
Yeah, just have like two comments on actually topics that Gary just mentioned. The first one is on SEC. Just a quick reminder that from what I'm aware, is again this group of people here talking tonight, and none of us are lawyers or having a strong understanding of law. So again, I just refrain from commenting on topics that we're not expert on. I will not comment on things that generally I don't know anything about. And then in general, it's so easy these days for accusing, especially with online social media, to accuse anyone about anything, right? But in general, in most countries, the burden of proof is on the accuser, right? So you need to showcase that someone did something wrong. So I think all this legal system will just sort things out. It's easy just to libel or just publicly say that someone could be doing some wrongdoings, but often the proof is not being brought to the front. And the third thing on the SEC and crypto regulation and the OFAC listing is that I think crypto is a global movement. So even though the US is very influential, it doesn't rule the world, right? And it's often because of the the nature of the world and finance and crypto as often kind of a US-centric bias, thinking that everything is going to down just because a couple of US regulators are putting things forward, but it doesn't always apply in all across the world. So it's a good thing to remind yourself, right? Staker, for example, is currently registered in France, and we're not subject to the same kind of regulation that you guys have in US, right? And it has some implication on our user base, what we can do, the way we could eventually launch a token, and even if some rules were to change in France, I'm so passionate, and even the entire team was so passionate about freedom, privacy, security, that we would move the business, right? I would personally move the way I live and move the business to make sure that our users are protected at all times. So that's for the regulation, and the second thing is more on the Pulsion project. It's just a quick reminder for everybody that most projects fail. That's the nature of project. It has nothing to do with crypto. Most projects fail, right? For many reasons. It could be team reason. It could be product market fit. It could be timing. And so it's really important for anyone launching something new, even though you're very enthusiastic, to realize that there's a non-zero probability that your project will fail. And most projects don't need a token. Uniswap is the biggest example of that, right? It's one of the most popular smart contract platform on Ethereum, launched without token. Most projects don't need sacrifices. Hedron and the Maximus ecosystem are examples of project launching without sacrifices. And then most people launching crypto projects don't have track records of launching successful large-scale businesses or showcasing mastery in design or designing incentive system. So for builders, I would encourage everybody to be the most responsible possible, because the opportunity is huge and nobody wants your reputation to be tarnished. It's okay to recognize that sometimes we're out of updates. So reaching out for people that built something in the past, collaborating with other projects is also often a good strategy to make sure that you're doing things the right way. And for users, please fails. Most projects don't need a token, and most projects don't need sacrifices. So I don't want to be a joy killer tonight, but these are realities, and that's my responsibility as a leader, just to remind just the fact.
Alex, I see your hand up. I'll go to you. If you are on the panel and you're not a builder, please put your hand up. I'm going to remove you if you don't have a question, but feel free to request again if you do have a question. Alex, go ahead.
Yeah, and what's so interesting to me about this community is it's a statistical truth that most blockchain projects fail, but I'm continually impressed with the amount of intelligence and talent a lot of the builders bring to the table. It seems, and this could be confirmation bias, but it seems like we have a relatively unique collection of people. How many other projects or communities have mobile apps with big user bases, or have people willing to put up multiple front ends or analytics sites and all these things? It's hard for me to not sometimes think that we're some kind of unicorn to a degree in the crypto space, and that's probably no indication of future success, but it is something that I see, and it's something that does make me excited for the future of the ecosystem as a whole.
I fully agree with you, Alec. I just have this nature of being contrarian, and it was just a reminder. I agree with you.
Pulse Lori, go ahead. Or Pulse Tony. I can't see the rest of your name. Sorry.
Yeah, how you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, thank you. So first, I just want to state that I detest regulation, and when I think of the regulators coming in, I just think the audacity. But I have a tough question to ask you guys. Some people theorize that perhaps these letters are legitimate. So, we may assume that Richard has been served with a letter like this do we see him launching Pulse Chain in the face of an active SEC regulation or investigation? I think his lawyers would advise him not to. And it just, they're looking for, they're looking for sources to attack. And they went after the developer for, I can't remember the mixer that it's called, but, the pending bill that they're working on, they want to bring something up that's really going to give them publicity. And $1.6 billion is a pretty big target. So I just feel like this brings a new sense of urgency that Pulse has to get launched as quick as possible. Because if they bring a case against him, I'm pretty confident his lawyers will tell him not to launch Pulse. I want to know what you guys think about that. And if it's possible, I could be totally wrong. It's just a question that I have.
So there's like 3 levels of speculation along with that question, and I get that that's the question that everybody wants to ask. Like, is this incoming? We don't know. Like, we don't have confirmation on what it is the SEC Pro is doing. We don't have confirmation if RH has something specific. We don't have confirmation of who all has them. We don't know what his lawyers would recommend. I don't know what his lawyer's name is. So there's 4 to 5 levels of just speculation stacked on top. So I don't know, and neither does anyone else. The answer is that there's too much investment, too many builders, and too many people here with a similar ethos that regardless of whatever the finalized decision is, building's going to keep happening. So however this thing takes shape in the end, I don't know, and neither does anyone else, but we're going to continue to build, and we'll figure out a way through these things as we always have. There's been multiple other projects that have gone through different types of SEC regulation and still launched successfully. There's been different types that have, again, pay fines. There's almost no point speculating on at this point. The only thing to do for the community is to not be fractured, to understand these things are complicated, and to just keep building. Again, like worrying or being concerned about if they're real and if RH has one, what would his lawyer then say? I understand the question, man, and I've seen you speak before, so hopefully I'm more speaking to the group. I know where you're coming from. There's no point in speculating. It's just time to stay unfractured and keep building.
I think any regulatory body would love the idea of everyone in this room just throwing up their hands, walking away, and stopping any build. That's not going to happen, right? We've got a lot of passion in this room. We've got a lot of time and effort building things that are unique in the cryptosphere, that are helpful in the cryptosphere, and we have to take this thing in stride, right? With whatever direction Pulse Chain goes in the future, one way or another, the things being built in this room are still being built.
So I think it's my turn next on this.
Okay, go ahead.
Because I put my hand up a while ago. I think I can answer this question, but I also agree with what Steph says. We don't really, none of us are lawyers. We're not experts. Okay, so we take that as a given. But on the other hand, I think the case study you want to think of to really frame this in your mind is Uber, right? Uber was basically illegal. Okay, basically the idea of just letting anybody be a taxi driver, with very little, background checks was pretty fucking illegal, 5-10 years ago, right? And they basically just went and launched globally and became this essential utility that was super popular and very successful. And as a result, they're now a multi-billion-dollar company with all sorts of nice, lines of business, food, etc. So I think we can learn something from that. I think the path forward is pretty obvious to us. It's that we are decentralized and that we are a movement and we are global. You have Steph is in France. Richard's in Europe somewhere. I'm in Australia. A lot of you guys are in America. How do you stop something like that? Right? It's impossible. The only way that stops is if we all give up. Right? So one of the reasons I set this thing up today is literally we have a chat called the Builders Group where there's about 40 of us who are basically sincere people building for this network, and we all know each other. It's like a chamber of commerce or a country club. And I basically said, hey, there's a lot of people getting all antsy about this stuff right now. I think they need to hear from people like us that are doing stuff and realize that they can come after, an influencer, who maybe said the wrong thing, or they can, come after our founder even, but they can't come after everybody. And collectively, we're doing really good work together, and we're organized in a sense, even though some of us are even in competition with each other. I think this is nothing to worry about. I'm actually not worried about it at all. As long as you guys are committed, I'm fucking committed. As long as Richard's committed, and every ounce of me believes he is, based on I've met the guy personally, and so have many of you. I don't worry about this at all.
Go ahead, Rags. I believe you had your hand up next, unless you're good.
Oh no, yeah, I'm not going to beat a dead horse. Everybody said pretty much what I was going to say. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, Alex, you were next.
Yeah, just want to add, Buck's 100% right on this. Of course, none of us are lawyers or anything, but what I think is really important and what I see happening in the community is a lot of people jumping to conclusions here. All we know is a couple of people got letters, and that's likely all we're ever going to know for quite a while. You can do some research on how these things typically work, and these investigations typically aren't even public for quite a long time. So, the vast majority of us are just going to be in the dark on this. So you have the choice of pack up shop for just because a couple people got some letters and we don't know what's actually happening, or, move forward and face this kind of stuff head on. And, I know which one I prefer, and I know which one most of us prefer.
Vin Luck, go. Okay.
Hey, I was actually going to say what kind of Famous was saying in a sense of I'm not worried at all. I've spent the better of 10 plus years in banking compliance. I've dealt with the FBI. I've dealt with Interpol. Hex passes the Howey test. They know it, right? So there's literally no worry there. I see what they're looking for. If anything, I see that our ecosystem and everything that we represent, meaning all of the projects that are being built on it, really reflect like we're trouble for them, right? We're their adversary, right? I'm talking about like legacy markets, the general banking system, like what Rag started saying earlier, where at the end of the day, like we're their competition, right? We're taking money out of their banks, right? So ultimately, if we're going to be a target, we're going to be to some degree, that we're going to have that target on our back because we're doing good, right? If we didn't have a target on our back and we're not going to, get some kind of, or someone's not going to get, some kind of letter from somebody, it means that we're not doing the right thing. So I like the fact that this adversity is coming up. I like the fact that, that people are concerned about it because we're actually doing what we need to do. We're actually doing what has to happen. Regulation, Pulse, while I understand what you're saying when you said like you hate regulation or anything, but I think something that we have to all remember is we want global adoption. We want this massive transformation of the theft from the legacy banking system to be taken away, to stop, the whole 9 yards. The only way that that's going to happen is DeFi crypto and what we're all doing. And in order for global adoption to happen that we see happening now, we need a certain amount of regulation. We don't want too much regulation. We don't want too less, because if you have too less, then it's the Wild West. Wall Street won't come in on a level that we want them to come in at, right? That's why the VC money really didn't come in on sacrifice, because there was no guarantee of return off the work of others. So they really couldn't come in on a quote unquote professional level and sacrifice any funds. So when we talk about regulation, they're going to FUD regulation. They're going to use meaning legacy markets, the SEC, the government, everybody, media. They're going to use regulation as a FUDding event to take your tokens, right? They're going to try to scare the hell out of you. They're going to try to tell you, oh, it's all going to come to an end. We're going to regulate it, blah, blah, blah. Bullshit. It's the same thing China saying no more Bitcoin mining every year on an annual basis, like clockwork, right? So just keep the armor on, keep the blinders on. Everyone just keep moving forward, working together, stay positive best that you can. Realize that all that adversity, they're going to be shooting arrows at us along the path, along the way. But what we're building is exactly what we know what it is. And it is allowing for the general people, the general population of the world, to basically get banked and to find the leverage that we need for ourselves, not for them, not for the other side, and to take control of our own finances and take control of everything. So I love the adversity that's happening. Not worried about it at all. If any project outright screws people, then let them get burned. Let them let the markets deal with them. That's one thing I think we're really good at, is let's let the markets handle what it's got to handle. And as we move forward and as this builds and as we all come together, I think we as a community and all of the developers here and all the builders here are probably going to be, I've said this 1,000 times, the strongest ecosystem in all of crypto. And yes, it is us that will be able to do that cognitive dissidence and be able to stand up against the man and say, no, you're not going to bring this totalitarian, legacy finance system to us anymore. We're going to take control ourselves, and you can't stop us because we're doing it within the realm of law. We're doing it within the realm of both, whether it's common law, admiralty law, whatever law you want to think about it. We're not breaking rules. We're making it right for everybody so we can all participate. And when we're enough, they're not going to be able to stop us because we're enough people. The ecosystem, as it's starting with 140 plus projects, whether who knows how many of them are going to be here or not, it doesn't really matter. It's still exponentially more than any other chain that's ever started before. So we're a group that we're an adversarial group that they've never really dealt with before, and that target on our back is very, very compared to the armor that we have. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Ben. Appreciate it. Everybody who has their hand up, if I pull you up, please keep your hand up if you'd like to speak. Otherwise, I'm going to pull you down. Trillion, go ahead.
Thank you, man. All right, so I want to piggyback on what Vinweb said. It was actually perfect that you went ahead. I want to debug the situation a little bit, right? So regulation is not the enemy. The question is who gets to regulate. We're not even that far yet, right? Is this CFTC? Is this SEC? Of course, the SEC wants everything, right? But let's see what the SEC has actually done, right? Because there's cases out there that we could read. So I posted this, the Coinbase manager who was feeding non-public listing information to his buddies so that they could make, first 1,000, then hundreds of thousands, then millions of dollars off of non-public listing information off of Coinbase, right? They fled. They're not even prosecuting them right now. Yeah, they have a case, they have all this stuff, nothing's happening. Coinbase is up. The guys in India with his family, whatever, they got away with the money. Nothing happened. Let's look at Do Kwon. Do Kwon got subpoenaed by the SEC in person live. But guess for what? It wasn't for Terra. It was for something called Mirror, which nobody's ever even fucking heard of, right? If anybody knows what Mirror is, basically Mirror is like a synthetic, it's basically a protocol to trade stocks in some fractional way or whatever. That's what they had a problem with. And we can kind of understand that, if they have this protocol that's actually, synthetic stock swaps and all this shit, we can understand why the SEC would come after that, right? Nothing has happened. All Do Kwon did was give them the finger and sue them. There's nothing happening there. So who did they get? They got Kim Kardashian, but for what? As an influencer, right? Making promises, blah blah blah. And the fine is even laughable, right? For somebody like Kim Kardashian, was $1 million. It's jack shit. It doesn't mean anything. It's a disgrace.
It's one of Richard watches.
But yeah, maybe one of the lower end ones that he owns. So what we can see is we can start to see this trend. And I urge you guys to go ahead and still look through the case for this Coinbase case with the Coinbase manager. Because there were 25 different tokens that he fed information on before, that he fed listing information on for his friend to capitalize on. 25.
And Trillion, it's probably worth mentioning, everybody, they may not know it, but that's super, super illegal in this is what Martha Stewart went to fucking prison for, basically. This is insider trading information. It's exactly what the SEC's wheelhouse is. It's exactly what they're supposed to be, preventing. And it's a public company, Coinbase, listed in the United States. So that makes it extra bad and in their jurisdiction.
You nailed it. because even every person on, they have to have certain qualifications, they have to have certain licensure, they have to, like, if you work anywhere around this stuff, so I know just from like on Wall Street, you have to have certain licenses, certifications to even come close to this sort of information. So whatever happened there, it was 100% in their wheelhouse, and they still couldn't really do shit. Coinbase said, "Oh, we don't know. This guy did it. You know, hands off." Blah blah blah. But what you want to look at is, why did they choose the tokens that they chose to pursue? Because they didn't hold them accountable for all 25. They held them accountable for only 7 of them. And when you look through the SEC complaint, you'll see exactly the reasons they put out, like, exactly why they chose these specific 7 tokens to pursue as they were securities. They all had ICOs. They were all actually companies. Like, these tokens, they're not like HEX. They're actually just derivatives of the company that's being packaged up instead of in a stock, in a token. So it's not even really crypto to begin with. This is the kind of stuff that they can actually, that they've actually had any sort of success, if you could call it a success, in prosecuting. So right now, as far as the regulation thing, guys, it's nor here nor there, and we don't even know who is going to have ultimate oversight and regulation. Not to mention, I think you guys have actually noticed this. I've seen tweets about it, how now when you go and you try to trade HEX on Uniswap, or you try to swap HEX or whatever, there's or Maxi, a lot of these other tokens. What you're going to see is this notification come up that lets you know that this coin is not actually listed on major exchanges. What we could be talking about with regulation could be as simple as proper disclosure. That's how simple it could be. Like, we're thinking, anyway, it's not the end of the world scenario. The resolution to this could be as simple as proper disclosure, where you have to write whatever that you need to inform. Because at the end of the day, people are allowed to make stupid decisions. You can't protect everybody. But the question right now is that if you're promising somebody X and you don't deliver it, what recourse do they have to hold you accountable to that promise, right? And so in crypto, fundamentally, you should know that it's nobody. It's literally just you. And if you fuck up and you lose money and you make a bad investment, nobody's going to help you get your money back. We've seen Bitcoin developers get sued because somebody couldn't remember their seed phrase, like Bitcoin. So look, anybody can be upset about whatever it is and try to run to some organization to help them. Fundamentally, that's not what they're about. And I'm gonna tell you guys, it's a horrible idea to actually go running to any of these or the SEC, IRS, FBI. It is a horrible idea for you to go and you run to them unless you have something extremely, not in a gray area. Because you're going to be the first, and I don't mean anybody personally, but the person who makes the complaint is going to be the person under the microscope. And when you look at this subpoena, which I guarantee, I don't know if that subpoena specifically is real. I know that the verbiage in there I've seen in other subpoenas. It's a common thing. What they're basically and they request you to disclose everything. It's like you have to dox yourself to the nth degree to even get them to pay attention to you. And God forbid they find that you left something out. This is, it's not a good idea.
Well, there's a reason for that. It's called discovery, right? So if you're going to sue somebody, they basically get all of your information, right? So that if you're going to have a case, they want to know that you're not hiding some, secret agenda, right? But there is one thing I will say, and I work in financial markets every day. Be very careful, you guys that are public influencers and YouTubers, just be very careful about what you say to the end user. Never ever make guarantees. Okay, I hear this a lot, and it always worries me, right? Just never ever make price guarantees, ever. Okay, that word is forbidden. And just keep in mind you're talking to retail investors, so make sure you're always talking about risk and reward, and saying things like please consult professional advice on these things, because you want to cover yourself. And also never say things like price goes up because of math in the code, it's guaranteed. Like that's not true, and it's also super illegal for you to say. So just keep that in mind. That kind of talk is illegal in almost every developed country. So and in this realm, I actually do know what I'm talking about. So just keep that in mind, guys. Those of you that are influencers that are listening.
That's perfect advice. I have 30 seconds, not even 30 seconds. Go ahead, KG.
I was going to say, I want to point to Walrus. He's had his hand up for a while. So if you want to quickly round off your thought, I'm going to pass the mic to Walrus.
I got you. Just 30 seconds. So here's what I wanted to say about L1s. And Corey brought this up, and I think he maybe brought up a couple points. So guys, we have to kind of take our heads out of the trenches for a second. I know we've all been fighting hard, and you guys have been building your asses off, and truly love you guys for it. Like, truly do. The ecosystem has genuinely changed. And because while we were building and figuring out innovative products and the ways to decentralize crypto further and to make it even better for us, guess what some of these other people and initiatives have been doing with their L1s? They've been lobbying, primarily lobbying. So now, have you guys used Optimism, Arbitrum, any of this shit? Well, guess what? They already have deals with banks. They're already in these capital flows. So my last point is that there is a limited amount of input of momentum and capital that we have as a community and what we can reach. So and it's not that we're behind the 8 ball. It's just that while we're focused on growing and making crypto amazing, some of these other projects are actually just trying to put their foot into this capital flow to make crypto easier, more accessible to regulated institutions, which happen to have all of the fucking money. So anyway, that's my point. Thanks for letting me get it out there. And go ahead, Walrus. How are you, brother?
Cheers, man. It's good to hear from you, Trillion, as always. We've spoken several times. I just wanted a few things that got touched on. I just wanted to round out a little bit. Steph made a comment that, they're in France. Several of us have mentioned that we're not in the States. Our team is on 4 continents, over half a dozen. We're as decentralized as the code is. And again, we typically have a very Western, very US centric view of how regulation is and where it works. And it's typically negative, mostly for a lot of reasons, just fear mongering in the media, a lot of the things that have already been brought up. But when you look at how decentralized these teams are, things like Alex building his own, data warehouse to be able to handle nodes and a few other things to help with decentralization. Buck mentioned that, we have a builders guild. We've talked before about making sure that, we don't have all of our nodes in certain places. And when you look at regulation in other places, there are bright spots. The CBDC that was rolled out in Nigeria flopped. It was awful. Nigeria is one of the per capita higher using crypto countries in the world. The CBDC completely failed there. When miners were banned, 100%. The miners, when they get banned in China, the mining doesn't go down that much in Bitcoin. They just move. They go. We've seen whenever there's restrictions in certain places, they move. El Salvador pops up and adds legalization. As legal tender, you see Dubai pop up and keep doing more and more things. You see more and more places offering digital nomad type incentives for residency. You see, Grenada, different Caribbean countries open up rules. Like, there's more and more places. As much as we view sort of the SEC and some of these things, like, there's more and more places around the world to go. There's more and more places around the world supporting these things. And we're always going to find somewhere that'll treat us right, and we're going to keep building regardless. So most of these things are as decentralized as the code is.
Charlie, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. First of all, I'm sorry, but I kind of lost my voice this past week. So some of you that know me know that I actually work for the government. I'll probably become the most hated person right now. But I'm not, I'm not SEC. I have nothing to do with crypto or even financial. However, I know that every agency out there received letters and notices that we are going to be going through training on crypto. We're going to be getting training on AI. So basically, any new technology, we're getting trained on. What does this mean? It just means that they want us to be aware of what it is. We're gathering information, or they are gathering information on crypto, on AI, on all this technology. So what does this mean? It doesn't, even if they are investigating, it doesn't really mean anything. If you think about, what is an investigation? Someone filed a claim. Hex has a lot of haters. So if someone filed a claim, they have to investigate. That doesn't mean that anything is going to happen out of it. So, let's say I get a subpoena tomorrow, all I can do is answer questions. And what are they going to do with it? Nothing, really. And look at casinos. Casinos were not allowed anywhere for a long time except reservations. Now you have casinos on almost every corner. That's pretty much all I have to say.
Go ahead, Coast.
Hey guys, it's Stoic again. I just jumped back in because I have a little bit of knowledge of this space. Just curious, I suspect the answer is no, but are there many people here in the builders group or otherwise who are in regular communication with any regulators? Because we are, right? Like we pay lawyers a lot of money to do that work for us and to be out there like speaking with them regularly about what they're looking for. And part of the way that we've actually designed our products, and granted we haven't released all of them, is in consultation with those people and understanding the laws the way they're written and understanding the way they're being interpreted currently. And so it's expensive, but what you can do if you want clarity on any of these things is you can hire an attorney who understands money transmission or who understands securities, and you can have them write to a regulator. You can have them give you an opinion letter that specifies that, hey, here is my business model, here's what I intend to do. And as long as I follow this to the letter of the law, because I've designed my product in accordance with the regulation as written, I should be guaranteed that I'm not going to be subject to any sort of lawsuit in the future. Now, like, I hear a lot of people here talking about, we might not get regulation in the future and whatnot, but for what we're trying to build, the security that this gives you is really important. And look, this probably doesn't apply to everybody the way it does to us, right? Like, we are trying to deal with banks. We are trying to deal with, for the benefit of bank accounts and TradFi. And every single state has a different way that they treat this. So we have a lot more exposure to regulation, not just from the SEC, but like I said earlier, from FinCEN and FINRA. But that doesn't mean that you have to run away, and it doesn't mean you have to hide. It means, like I heard, I can't remember who it was, I think it might have been Ian earlier say, like it could just be a matter of disclosure. Well, you can wait and disclose, or you can be upfront and disclose. You can say, hey, here's how it's written, here's how we're going to do it, and as a result, you can get a letter saying that you should be able to operate. All I really had to add, I would really love to see more people be proactive about that. Don't get those letters because they are very useful.
Excellent. I see your hand up. Before you speak, though, if anybody else wants to request or add, I would like to pivot off the regulation, the SEC, because I know there's some other questions and other updates we can talk about. So Hexlove, I'll go ahead and let you speak to it, but then let's go for a pivot. Go ahead.
Thank you for hosting the chat, KG and Walrus. So I was going to talk about something about the fact that leading up to the ETH merge, the negative externality that I had heard about so much was from some people was like BlackRock and how they're involved with the current Ethereum, I guess, consortium or foundation. I don't know. But that to me sort of hasn't come up today. Does anybody have any opinions on what if they worked with the government and sort of created an Ethereum without creating new laws? Of course, they will create new laws, but created an Ethereum that was created they didn't want immutable contracts. What if they didn't allow immutable contracts like Uniswap and Hex on sort of the future versions of Ethereum? And that was kind of like my negative externality question. And there's this thing called proto-dank sharding, which I learned from Dipcatcher. And maybe if he's still in here, he can talk about that. But that's the question. Thanks.
Alex, go ahead.
Yeah, so this is a really contentious little topic, but there's a lot of things happening in the space, especially with centralized exchange entities, and and BlackRock's and other people like other companies like BlackRock getting involved. And and I think there's a strong reason for a lot of people in crypto to be concerned about those things. As it sits now, Ethereum 2.0 is pretty well protected against this type of situation. The way they have validators structured, the way they have slashers being able to be run as like a separate entity, stuff like that. That stuff is pretty hard to get that kind of influence within the system. And if there was, nothing stopped anyone else from just forking. It's illegal in one country, let's go to another country and do it. What we are seeing, though, I think this is maybe a more transient concern, is that a lot of the people running validators now are centralized exchanges because they have the ETH on hand to do it. And they're allowing their customers to stake their ETH with them directly through their interfaces, and it's fast and easy. So we all understand why people are going for that. What we're seeing happen is a lot of them are being OFAC compliant, and a lot of them are not processing blocks, for example, for Tornado Cash. And while they're not actively rejecting blocks that other nodes, maybe outside of the United States, are processing for those Tornado Cash things, and I find it unlikely that they will reject a block from another validator simply because the risks are too high to their own Ethereum bags at the moment. Say that will always be the case, I don't know. And it's something we need to look at. It's something that I think the community as a whole should keep tabs on, because this is probably, if there's any weakness at all in Ethereum's proof of stake model, it's this ability for stakeholders to essentially, which are particularly centralized exchanges, to have the ability to kind of determine what they will and won't validate. So it probably doesn't entirely answer your question, but there certainly are concerns that are in line with some of the things you're talking about.
And Kru, I've seen you request a couple times. Did you have a question?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Awesome. First off, I just wanted to say Hex was obviously launched complete for a reason, and the fact that you just made your own rewards with your private keys makes it not a security. So from and with the adoption amplifier being the way it was with the flush address and all the daughter addresses and stuff, I don't see how even there could be any regulatory SEC thing come down on Richard or people involved with Hex. Only thing I could think of is it might be related to someone maybe who was like Trayvon, possibly, who's connected to BitConnect and knows authorities and has experience with them, maybe contacts. But other than that, I don't think it's a big deal. I think it'll be fine. But I wanted to highlight some of the forks. And my first question is, how would you respond if your onboards had the question, like, after the merge happened, how does that affect the pulse chain development and like the added features and benefits of working ETH 2.0? How would you respond to that question? Thanks.
Well, here, I'll touch on that quickly. I mean, it kind of doesn't it doesn't necessarily matter what the new fork is going to be relative to the other one, because it's like things are always subject to change. So rather than telling your onboards about like specific technical details which are not clear yet, it's like you can just simply focus on the main value proposition of Pulse Chain, which is really the asset and like system state copy and the cross chain markets. And then those things don't really change based on what type of consensus model or what type of network parameters there are, because those things are really the important aspect anyways. And so, maybe like just to prevent having to, talk on something that maybe, you're not familiar with, or it's something that may change even further. I would, at least that's how I communicate to people that I've onboarded that have asked me about, what it means is, I just say, who knows, like, that's not really the part that matters. That's more of like infrastructure level details. and kind of shift the focus to the part that really hasn't changed, which is the most important part. And yeah, because who knows really, like unless you're someone on that development team, like they're the only ones that actually know what it's actually going to be. So and no matter what it is, that's not even really the competitive advantage. So I don't spend too much time focusing on that stuff.
Funding, Jim, go ahead.
Yeah, I've only got about 15 more minutes and I'll be out. But one comment I did want to make is Richard is a very thoughtful strategist, and specifically I just wanted to know earlier about not just. Can you hear me?
Hey, Convict. I'm going to pull you down. Yeah, I can hear you, Funding, Jim.
So Richard's put a lot of thought into the development of the code, selected people for Hex. He put a lot of time and money, obviously, into the audits. I think there was 3 different audits. And also, specifically, if it is someone that has not just high influence, but high wealth, I've put Richard in a 6-person Zoom call where 4 other people were billionaires from different industries. And in that meeting, Richard has disclosed to them, sent to them, and I have the copy of a 29-page opinion letter as far as North America. And then there's a second one that's available also. But it really is, he doesn't release it. He doesn't put it out there publicly. It's not something you're going to download. It's going to be basically only when it's super high influence. Like, I have some of this fiat on-ramping and things like that. So they want opinion letters. And I have those things. So don't think that, this legal issue wasn't thought about in 2018, 19, and 20 before Hex became relatively mainstream in the community we have. So as far as those particular letters, this is the last comment about it, is what I've seen as far as like these things sent out. I don't know that they're necessarily authentic. I know the Rags made commentary about being authentic, but if they are authentic, they are to the individuals that promote. As far as what I've seen, and Richard's not going to comment about that kind of stuff, I don't think. But like, is there an opinion letter? Yes. And what does a 29-page opinion letter cost when it's multiple lawyer firms? It's very expensive. So he has done those types of things, and I think anybody that does any kind of fundraise for a project on Pulse Chain going forward, they should have the same kind of forethought, because the community is the most important thing that we have, and I want to protect it. So Richard has thought ahead, and I encourage any builder to do the same.
Vin Luck, go ahead.
I just want to say there's been tremendous knowledge here tonight, and everyone that's coming together. Everyone here is a leader. Everyone listening is a leader just by being here. Appreciate everyone being here. One of the most important things that's probably going to happen in the future, as we see, a transformation of the world money going into crypto, and hopefully we see the Pulse Chain ecosystem as a leader in that, with Hex as the leading financial product and that finished product in it, is what we're going to be called upon to do as leaders. And that's going to partly be doing things like lobbying in Washington, and which we see a lot of the big crypto investors from the past few years that have come up and gotten very active in social awareness and community awareness, and getting involved in certain regulatory conversations, let's just say, right? Lobbying conversations to try to help, because sometimes you just got to fight fire with fire. A good sword has 2 edges, and we can't really, I don't think we can sit here and say, all right, we're just going to do what we're going to do and move forward, and it is what it is. Like, there's going to be a certain amount of attack vector that's going to come at us from different angles, and us as community leaders building these projects and doing what we're doing, I think we really need to realize the importance of sticking together like we're doing tonight, and being a leadership board that represent the community as a whole. Because as we move forward, and if you look forward in 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 even years from now, and we see the ecosystem grows to what we believe it's going to grow, we're going to have a lot of joined power together. There's going to be a lot of joined influence together. And it's going to be critical that we're on the same page and that we're doing things in an organized fashion, and we represent ourselves on a level. We gotta play with the big dogs. We're gonna act like the big dogs sometime, and it'll also help to defend against some of those arrow vectors that are coming at us. Right. So I just wanted to throw that out there, and just wanted to thank everyone for coming in and developing what you're developing, and everyone is just awesome.
Thank you, sir. And before I go to you, Cleo, if anybody has any questions at all for the builders on this panel, any questions, request a mic, raise your hand. You have incredible galaxy brains, wise, motivated individuals up here. Ask your questions. Cleo, floor is yours.
Yeah, sorry, KG, it's convicted. Sorry for using obscene language on your stream. I've just got one question. Actually, I've got a statement.
Convicted, if you go
we can
on,
move on
buddy,
to the next speaker.
Fair warning. Yeah, I'm going to move you, bud.
So Convicted is the guy who, for you guys that don't know, who filed a lawsuit against Richard. I've spoken to him. He seems to be misguided a little bit, but that's what's happening to everybody here that doesn't know what's going on.
Okay, go ahead, K. Rue. I see you have requested to speak.
Thanks. And thanks for everyone who's building on Pulse. It's good for everyone. It's going to bring activity to the chain, more volume on Pulse X, which is going to pump our bags in that sense too. So I was just looking at some of like the fork data and looking at ETHW data versus ETH-Fair data, kind of looking at that, comparing it to Pulse Chain. So ETHW, this is going off CoinMarketCap, which we all know it has issues, but launched at $120 on August 7th, and today it's around $6.50. Now it has done around $10.8 million of volume in the last 24 hours, which is pretty high in my opinion. ETH-Fair launched on September 15th, $18, and now it's at 70 cents. And they've only done 20K of volume in the last 24 hours. So the volume is from Depth Screener. I think it's somewhat accurate, but I guess the point I'm trying to make is clearly it's very important to have the farm liquidity that PulseX is going to have, because if you have a chain like ETH-Fair where you have no volume, no activity, it's basically going to be a ghost chain. And we want to be more like ETHW, I guess, in the sense where we want to have way more volume than 10 million, 11 million. So I guess my question is, how do we bring more volume to PulseX? Obviously, there's going to be the incentive token, the liquidity farming, and like free copies. But you're also getting free copies on these chains, and they haven't been proven to be very valuable or have much liquidity backing these assets, or any whales making any big plays here. So just kind of comparing the two between Pulse Chain and ETH-Fair and ETHW, and then also what was the last thing? Sorry. And obviously, like, we want more volume on PulseX because it increases the buy and burn, and then K4K can do his moon map and tell us how many X's we're going to pump on PulseX alone, and then obviously that will be deflationary to Pulse Chain, the token as well. So just wanted to hear everyone's thoughts on that maybe. And I'm glad Pulse Chain didn't launch, because I think it would probably be down 90% if it did launch in like August or September this year. So, all right, that's it.
All right, that was a pretty good statement. I'm going to just interrupt and ask Alex from Hedron a question. Alex, because I think we want to make this more about questions rather than statements from the audience. Alex, I noticed you are building a data center or something along those lines. Can you kind of speak in plain civilian English to those of us that aren't super technical like yourself about what you're doing there and with Impura and kind of what you're, hoping to bring?
Yeah, so contrary to what most people probably think, the blockchain is not that decentralized. Like the actual inner workings of it, as far as smart contracts go, interactions, it's all well decentralized, all fairly well immutable, all that kind of stuff. But actually being able to rip data out of chain and use that in some kind of Web3 application, which would be go to hex.com or whatever, Ecosa.pro, all that stuff. The blockchain sucks. It's incredibly slow. If you run an archive node and you want to be able to pull hex staking statistics for the past year, it would take you hours to get that data out of an archive node. So what a lot of us do is we rely on services like Impura or alternative kind of accessory chains. One that many people are not familiar with is the graph, which we tend to call subgraphs. And that does a lot of the event caching and stuff like that. We use those kinds of services and things to be able to articulate that data quickly so people can use applications without waiting for hours to query a node for some data. So these kinds of services are required. We cannot have applications that run in a web browser be performant and functional without those kinds of things. And I'm not the only one who's been working on these kinds of things, but I've been putting a lot of extra thought into not just running nodes, but also doing event caching and also doing hosted subgraph, which is something that's actually going away. That's becoming a more decentralized thing in the future, and that'll actually have some complex implications for a lot of people who are using the hosted service right now on Ethereum. So the reality is all of us developing on any blockchain at all need to have these fast, expedient services exist in order to be able to provide, quick and valuable service to anyone who uses the app for anything. And when Pulse Chain launches, day one, we'll have none of that. We'll just have the RPC endpoint that's given to us, and we're all going to cram on that single endpoint as hard as we can. And I'm sure there's some load balancing and things that the Pulse team are working on. But a single RPC endpoint is ultimately not going to be enough if we want this to scale and we want these things that we're working on to be fast and ultimately usable. So the data center is really focused around trying to ensure we have at least some of those core services ironed out as soon as Pulse day one, as close to that as possible.
And Walrus, Jesse, I didn't see who raised their hand first, but one of you guys were next.
All right, I guess I'll go. So there was kind of a question in there 2 speakers back about, the difference between this and other chains and maybe some comparisons, DW or Ether. And you have to look at how most chains launch. They all launch empty, typically, until these latest 2 forks. And, while they may be faster, they may be cheaper than base layer Ethereum, launching empty has its own problems within liquidity, and then any gas savings that you might have had, some of that is taken right back from you just because of the price impact when you're operating on super thin dexes. And then there's the challenge of, what's over here to use? And it takes time to build these things. Some of the builders in here can attest to the fact that some of this stuff takes years sometimes to build these protocols. So launching empty isn't necessarily ideal. We've had some advantage of having, now quite a bit of time to build up quite a number of protocols. While not all of them will prove to still be standing, years into Pulse Chain, most protocols do fail. We're still starting with a very high number, right? Well over 150 or so different protocols. They're all launching on the chain.
and then everything's being forked over. And the copies, yeah, a lot of those copies are likely to go to zero. Things break, when you have protocols that rely on oracles and certain subgraphs and stuff. A lot of the forked over stuff just isn't going to live. But we do have the benefit of having all these different protocols to keep the chain alive and thriving faster than most other chains experience. So I do think it'll be glorious for the chain to launch this, a fashion just like it's playing out.
So it's a bit of a dangerous notion to say this time's different when it comes to crypto. So I think it's a fair question to look at, hey, there's sports out there that haven't performed well, why will ours? A big part of it is when EW, eFair, these things launched, did anyone know what they were? Did anyone know how they worked? Did anyone know how to bridge liquidity there? All these ticker symbol issues, there was a replay attack on a bridge. People were concerned. There's an entire lack of education on all those protocols. And if you go into a lot of communities, and I don't mean this to sound negative, and I wish this wasn't the truth, because if there were more educated people in crypto, we'd all be better off. But this community is one of the best educated you'll ever find. I encourage people to go step into different Twitter spaces, different communities, and listen to the conversations that are had, different telegrams, and then compare them to what gets talked about in a lot of our rooms. So when it comes to Pulse Chain, there are people who have been in crypto for maybe 6 months to a year, got excited about these things. They have treasures because the entire community screamed about security. They know how bridges work because half a dozen people in this room have put out videos on how to use bridges. They know how to go in there and swap RPCs because another half a dozen people in this room have put out videos on how to swap RPCs. We've had a testing up for a year plus showing people how to use these things. We all encourage people to use different aspects of the things we're building on the test net in different ways. People know what we're building. People know how our stuff works. People know how to get on our chain. People know that this community is educated. They know how to do these things securely. There's lots of front ends that are going to be up and working very quickly to projects that aren't even native to Pulse Chain, besides all the things that we're building. So a lot of it comes down to just this community is different. The knowledge of the chain, the knowledge of the people who intend to use it is very different. And you can copy a lot of things, but it doesn't bring the community and the users. So taking a backward take on ETH with no knowledge, no community, I don't think that was a very successful proposition in the first place. eFair doesn't offer a lot of incentives. It didn't offer a lot of education. There wasn't people in front. Like, why would you go use those things? People go where they're treated best. They go where they're educated. They go where the protocols and the people that they want to interact with are. Those people are on Pulse Chain. The people who've been educating and doing work for a year plus in the community. And you'll see that. You see it everywhere from education on liquidity pools to AMMs. It goes all the way down the board. Like, people know how this stuff works and they want to participate in our ecosystem.
Go ahead, Arizona. I can't see the rest of your name. Arizona something.
Arizona Pulse, yeah. How's it going, guys? Good. Are the Pulse Chain devs still inside this chat? I've been popping in and out.
I don't think they ever were.
Are on the court. Oh, go ahead, Patrick.
I was gonna say I don't think any of them were, but also I mean they could have, because I honestly have no idea who any of them are. So I guess I shouldn't have asserted.
I guess I've read a couple days. I thought the Pulse Chain devs were going to be in here, but that's okay. I guess I'll ask you and see if you guys know the answer to this question. So Richard Hart posted that the A and B team are racing to, release Pulse Chain. Do you guys know the goals or what they're like? What's ahead of them to accomplish in order to launch Pulse Chain?
I don't think anyone does. Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows what goes into that?
Gotcha. I guess the only other question that you guys may know that I have is that in the past, Richard Hart stated that testnet v3 won't be up for very long. It'll only be up for a couple days, and then they'll launch Pulse Chain. Do you think that's still the same narrative?
Who knows? I'd say longer on testnet the better, because like what gives me, I mean, the reason why I was very confident in the Pulse Chain launch in general is because all the products that I built so far, because they're related to hex staking, and there's not like on like some of the other ETH testnets, there's not really like a reliable hex staking system. Like you need actual hex stakes to be there. So using Pulse Chain testnet for that, it actually gave me a lot of confidence in general. Of course, like, there was no stress testing of the of the network mechanisms or the consensus, but which apparently they did have issues that were critical. But if having the V3 testnet up for a substantial amount of time to give people the ability to not only use it for like whatever applications already exist, but even like building on it, that actually I think is a big benefit, and I don't think it should be rushed. But truly, who knows? I don't really feel the urgency for Pulse Chain, like just the the like financial opportunity of Pulse Chain is so great that it like there's not really, I think, too much of a rush. I think the only thing that is a rush is like a competing Ethereum proof of stake system state fork. I would think that something like that with like a compelling narrative and compelling branding, and perhaps that just latches on to the right people at the right time. I think that is more formidable competition than say ETHW or ETHF. So that is the only reason to kind of be urgent and like rush about it. But also, if it really is having no material changes from existing ETH 2.0, like if it really is a carbon copy, which it really should be, I think that Pulse Chain should always maintain, because like if Pulse Chain ever wants to implement things like sharding, Pulse Chain really does need to keep on the EIP track. And so being as close to a like an ETH2 fork and maintaining that fork status as much as possible, that's what's going to allow for us to be able to take in upgrades to the Ethereum network. So if it really is that close of a copy, then perhaps it reduces the time required to, give users and developers and, even themselves confidence in it. So, it really could be a short period of time, but again, it's like only Richard and those developers know, and anyone else's speculation is just like you yourself could just make up an answer. It's impossible to tell.
Awesome. Thank you for the explanation.
Mm-hmm. And sorry to just hop in front of people that had their hands raised. I just.
You're good, brother. You're good. I believe. Oh, LV, I see your mic's up, and then I believe Alex was after LV.
Yeah, I was just going to build on that and ask the other builders here their thoughts on the value proposition of Pulse Chain, if it actually goes that route. If Pulse Chain ends up being an exact copy of Ethereum without larger blocks, without cheaper gas, without faster blocks, without several of the things that were being built onto the old consensus mechanism and testnet B2B, what are your thoughts as builders on the chain about the value proposition of bringing new users, new projects, new value onto the chain and driving people on there? Does that change anything from what you're building, how you're building it, and how you're trying to draw people in?
Not necessarily, because again, the most important piece of Pulse Chain isn't the network parameters, and it's not the consensus mechanism. Like those are like that's not those things don't impact markets. The thing that really matters are the markets, and that's what like Pulse X and the cross chain, like the system state copy, and kind of like this dual chain universe that are connected by the bridge, but they're really connected by the prices of assets on Pulse Chain versus their complementary asset on Ethereum. Like that is really the secret sauce, and nothing with the changes or delays to Pulse Chain have impacted that. So it hasn't really impacted anything. I've kind of always really suggested. I mean, even if you look back at some of my first videos about Pulse Chain when it was first being announced, like dating back to like May of 2021 or whenever that was, I was suggesting that there's a reason why Ethereum doesn't have faster, larger blocks, and that that's not like the killer app. That's not the thing that drives $1 trillion markets. And so in general, those things which I think are like a really palatable sales pitch, like that's like a way to, and it's valuable for that case, like just for the, like, you can reach a new person that doesn't know anything, just say, oh, faster, cheaper, like just rattle those benefits off. But in terms of what is actually the high impact use case, those aren't material. So it's good for that in that sense. But other than that, I'd say that the focus still is on, the cross chain markets. And that's why, with what we've been building, it's like, now with like the poly and the water launch, it's like, now we've rolled out 2 more assets that are going to be copied over. At first, if you were around for the Maxi launch, we shortened the minting window for Maxi because we were worried that Pulse Chain was going to launch, and we wanted the entire minting to end with more than enough time to reach any potential fork date. Back then, there was, concern that maybe the fork would happen and you wouldn't know, as a way to prevent people from gaming the liquidity pools. But so, it's kind of funny how things have changed. And now since then, we've rolled out, we had Maxi, Team, Base Trio, Desi, Lucky, my favorite, and now just yesterday we rolled out Poly and Water. So it's like, that's kind of the fork date adds some sense of urgency, because we want those assets to be copied over. While you can always, even if you miss the copy, you can deploy to the same contract address on both chains, and it's as if it was copied. But just locking in for those copies, and being able to allow our ecosystem to live on 2 independent but similar networks, that to me is the high impact thing that I'm more focused on.
Alex, go ahead.
Yeah, so a lot of things have been said recently. So I'm just going to kind of wrap this into one thing. So I think they're all related. As far as like differentiating Pulse and other chains, Pulse has a working, well-tested default exchange. It has a working, well-tested bridge that not only bridges Pulse itself, but also all tokens on the platform. And it's got a collection of projects that we're all building. You look at any of these other Ethereum forks, and what are the most successful things trading on there? Well, it's Hex, it's Hex's derivatives, and it's other projects, targeting the Pulse ecosystem. And it's largely because we've all held true to this idea that Hex kind of laid down for us of immutable, complete, self-sufficient code. And that's why we were able to be the top trading pairs on those things. And what will ultimately set Pulse apart is because that's going to be the default chain. That's the chain we're all actually supporting. And we'll be bringing that with us when it forks. All the new projects will be bringing their interest and their communities onto Pulse Chain. We'll have day one, I'll call it day one. We don't know exactly what days it will be, but we already have the structure laid out for how we're going to move value in between chains, our own exchange day one. Like, these are things that none of those other chains had at launch. They just blindly did it and said, here, come do stuff if you want to. Where we already want to do stuff. We already have it built and it's already ready to go. We're just waiting for Pulse to launch. And I think that's going to be a big differentiator. Additionally, when it comes to B3, I actually kind of agree that I don't think B3 will last very long, because we already know PulseX works. We already know the bridge works. We know roughly through B2B that portions of the AMM bot were tested. So realistically, with B3,
Russ, it already is.
Test, assuming that it is a 1-for-1 copy of sorts of the Ethereum 2 consensus, is really just a full day one AMM bot test, and whatever parameters they've changed, making sure those will pan out. And I think that'll be a pretty quick affair, personally.
Hey, Walrus, go ahead. I saw you open your mic a minute ago. All right, J Tech, you're up, or TEC.
Yeah, I'm up. Thank you guys for this opportunity for us to, come up as a community. My name is Jay. I'm from Nigeria, if you all know. I've been following Pulse Chain right from day one. Sacrifice Pulse Chain, sacrifice for PLS, and some other project that is building on that Pulse Chain. I would like to suggest what you guys are doing is a great work. Coming up as a community here on Twitter Space, make us also feel that Postchain is definitely going to launch whenever it's ready. We all know what Richard Hart is doing. Thanks once again. Anyway, that's by the wayside. My question is about this propaganda. I don't want to call it a false propaganda about Richard Hart having a lawsuit, of which I saw the document online. It's not as concrete as it ought to be. It's just one fantasy. Do you think that is going to affect the post-chain launch? Because we know that bear market is coming to an end. We are just a few days away to the end of 1 year phase for bear market. We don't know if we're going to surpass that. So what's your thought about the lawsuits?
I would take Richard Hart at his word. I don't really think he speaks in symbolism or tries to misdirect people. I've heard him in the past say very directly that he wants to, he's not trying to time the market. He wants to launch as soon as possible, because the quicker that you launch, with any project, the quicker the curve kind of develops itself on the price chart. That's pretty much what he said. In terms of this FUD or these lawsuits or whatever this is, does it affect things? In my opinion, if I were in his shoes with the limited knowledge I have, I would say that, I would want to hurry up and get this thing out. Regardless of the SEC, I would want to do that anyway. I doubt that's really changing anything, just logically speaking. So, and I also, I don't know the contents of that paperwork, and I don't know what they're trying to get at. I don't know why anything is happening. So we just have to proceed business as usual. And I think that is going to happen, as evidenced by kind of everybody here today, what we're building, what initiatives we're trying to push forward, the fact that we're all together right now talking about this. We're letting the community know that this is not slowing anything down on our end. And I don't think it's going to slow anything down on Richard's end, personally.
Funding, Jim, go ahead.
So a couple of things. You guys have been hearing for many years Richard's narrative about horizontal scaling, and as builders, as you go forward on your individual projects, it may be a few years before there's expensive transactions on Pulse Chain, and if those transactions become expensive, it's my opinion that there'll be horizontal scaling and your projects will be forked again. So just keep that in mind. If there's some element of technology that you can incorporate, or some kind of planning about the expansion of your customer base, increasing the number of users for your particular product, where effectively Pulse Chain is the dome pipe. Richard said that about Ethereum, that eventually it should become the dome pipe to transport value. And I think that that's a good narrative. I think horizontal scaling has its place. So, and that's very interesting. And then the other thing is, welcome to Eric Wall. I do see he's spectating in the room. It'd be nice, since he's a commentator in the Twitter spaces, if he did make some kind of content here, positive or negative. And I don't think that there should be any reason for vitriol or anything like that, because people actually can build stronger products by pointing out the weaknesses in the existing ones. So I do like to engage Eric whenever he's available. So again, welcome aboard.
Katie, go ahead.
Hey guys, I just wanted to add on to what Jesse and Walrus and everybody was saying. On top of having a bridging platform and project ready development for Pulse Chain, we do have PulseX and the Fixer bot. And the Fixer bot, in my opinion, will bring a lot of attention to Pulse Chain, in the sense that it goes out and buys up pairs in Ethereum right now. And essentially there will be quite thin liquidity in PulseX, because it's only buying up ETH pairs, not USDC to a token pair. So the liquidity will be semi-thin, but at the same time it will be highly liquid DEX, where essentially on other forks or other chains that you see, the liquidity has to be put up by the people that are deploying the chain or projects that are coming through. So we're deploying with liquidity already on our chain. And essentially, if it is semi-thin liquidity, people are buying and selling out of those pairs that are already up, it will make price volatility at the start of PulseX and Pulse Chain, which will bring a lot of attention as well, because people now have a free copy of their coins. Tokens on the other side are extremely volatile, and as we all know, volatility goes both ways, and it does draw a lot of attention. So there is many aspects, not just bridging platform or education or the fact that our community is building so many projects that bring utility to the chain. So we're not just building meme coins, we are building NFT marketplaces and things that people can utilize, like liquid loans and the liquid loans front end and cross-chain solutions that actually bring on-chain volume. So we have on-chain volume and we have a DEX that are going to draw a lot of attention. So for me, post-chain, nothing really changes in the sentiment or the notions that were pre-existent prior to the change in the fork.
And Chad, before we get to your question, I just wanted to say that Walrus, he got rugged by the space. He had to go. Buck also had to drop off, so big shout out to those guys. Thank you for being here. On top of Eric, again, what's up? I see DJ Lethal in the crowd. Shout out DJ Lethal. Shout out Limp Biscuit. And Chad, what is your question?
Not much. Not much so it's a question, but just a comment. So what's up, Eric? Well done. Great work. And you guys are being fucked by Hex. So good luck. I'll leave out. Bye-bye.
It was a nice. Profound statement. Thank you for that, and I hope you have a great evening.
Rags, always the diplomat. You know, that's one thing I really respect about you, bro. And Million or Moon, do you have any questions? You didn't raise your hand, but do you have any questions? Vincent's boss.
Yeah, man. Thanks a lot for having me on. First off, I want to say thanks to you for hosting this, and thanks for everyone for being here. Yeah, I got maybe what's likely to be a straightforward question. Given the recent news that Pulse Chain is at ETH2 fork, is it reasonable to assume that the Pulse Chain staking rewards are likely to eventually be similar to what the ETH staking rewards are today, which is about 4%? How are you guys thinking about the staking reward situation?
Alex, all you, brother.
Yeah, so the reality is we don't know. There has to be some changes to ETH2 consensus. Like, we can't be a 100% clone of ETH because ETH is inflationary, right? Even though it's trending towards deflationary nowadays. The reality of the Pulse Chain is that there will never be any new tokens created, right? And I don't believe that's changed. I've not heard anything that indicates that that's changed. So in that case, that means all staking rewards are going to come down to percentage of fees. You know, I'm for the moment assuming that it's the same as it always has been. So in those cases, if you're thinking about ETH2 consensus versus the potential consensus we had before, there's probability that delegation is no longer directly a thing, and that people will just all be validators. And in that case, that may fragment rewards to a degree. So it's going to come down to really, once we know more information about, are the fees going to remain the same? Is it still 100% deflationary? Are validators all now competing for portions of those fees, or do they get the whole fee when they do it? I mean, there's some unanswered questions here that we're kind of intentionally, I think, being kept in the dark at the moment until that's all ironed out and truly figured out. But I expect previous to Pulse Chain, a lot of people anticipated a lot of very large validators being propped up by all the delegations. If that's no longer a thing, I think we'll actually end up with a much more decentralized earnings and validation model. So that may not directly answer your question, but the reality is we're still kind of waiting to see what that's exactly going to look like, and we probably won't know that till V3.
I think an interesting point to that is if staking ends up going very similar to the ETH 2.0 routes on Pulse Chain. Let's just make it up, right? Nobody knows, to your point. Nobody knows. So let's just assume maybe it goes that route. do we have in Pulse Chain eventually, and this would almost be a great problem to have because it needs a lot of success in a lot of areas, would we have the same challenge with centralization on the staking side of things and on the validation side of things if centralized exchanges were to then start doing what they're doing with the ETH proof of stake with Pulse Chain proof of stake as well? Now, I say that would be a wonderful problem to have because that means many centralized exchanges are then embracing Pulse Chain, supporting it, listing it, and allowing people to then centralize their staking through their platforms, which would be, in my mind, a major, major win and a major sign of legitimization for the chain. But what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's a super interesting question. And what I kind of think is likely to happen, I'm kind of just running through scenarios in my head here. There's one thing we don't have, and that is we're not going to have a centralized exchange presumably day one. The reason exchanges dominate validation on ETH is because they're the biggest holders of ETH, right? They hold everyone else's ETH. The vast majority of it is on a centralized exchange. On Pulse Chain, I don't expect that to be the case because of that whole 10,000x supply thing, right? A lot of the biggest holders on Pulse Chain when it launches would be people who participated. And in that scenario, how many of them have the technical prowess to set up validators? I'm not sure. We may see some efforts of people trying to put together centralized validator teams. That might be a valid thing. But do I think it will be centralized exchanges? That's a hard question. I don't know. I don't see, if we're adopted by a centralized exchange, I see it being difficult for them to acquire enough pulse for them to actually become a major, major player simply from the fact of the majority of the people in this community are very anti-centralized exchange. So, it's hard to say, but I do think it's likely that we will see validator pooling of sorts, similar to how we've seen sacrifice pooling of sorts kind of come out of the woodwork. It wouldn't blow me away to see that kind of stuff come out, when it ends up being an actual product.
Welcome in, Eric Wall. Katie, I see you had your hand up.
Thank you.
I let Eric speak.
Go ahead. What's up, Eric? How you doing today?
I'm good. How are you guys? I heard that you guys wanted me to come up on stage, so I figured not to be a Debbie Downer, I'll just come up on stage and see if you guys want to talk about something.
You're our favorite Mexican, bro.
Thank you. You're my favorite shitcoin community.
How did you meet Richard?
I met him first time when he came to a Swedish crypto conference called Bloxpo in 2018. I knew him previously from Twitter, and he knew me, so we were going to the after party of the event, and as I was going into the club, Richard was just coming out of a taxi and sort of met on the way in, and then we're like, oh, it's Richard, and said, hey, it's Eric, and then we got drinks, we went inside, and then he introduced the concept of Hex to me for the first time. But at that point in time, it was the concept, I don't think it was called Hex, it was just saying, I'm going to fork Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
It's amazing how much has changed since then, right?
It's been a wild ride for sure. And I have to say, I underestimated him when I met him again in 2019, and he described the Hex concept to me. And I mean, it's just a token that you lock up, and if you do it, you get more of the token. Seems like a pretty silly idea, but it's been proven that this is something that humans are attracted to. People like to see not only numbers go up, but also the amounts that they have go up. So it's like lots of different. It's just a concept that resonates very. I mean, we saw it in the DeFi summer, right? Everyone wants to yield farm, so the concept resonates with more people than I would have expected, and I also underestimated, I would say, Richard's commitment to making sure that his project became well known and distributed across the globe.
Mm-hmm.
So kudos to him.
Mm-hmm. What do you think about kind of like the financial ecosystem building up around Hex with like some of the products that we're launching and stuff that Alex from Hedron is launching? Like, what do you think? Do you think that increases the chance of Hex's long-term prospects? That there's, kind of how like Bitcoin had like, a financial ecosystem build up around it, off chain, but with like the exchanges, the derivatives, the funds. Do you think that increases Hex's chance of growth?
I mean, Hex already has most of that today, right? I mean, Hex exists on Ethereum. You can bring it if you are mindful. If you don't like the fees, you can bring your Hex into a rollup. You can use lending applications, derivatives applications, centralized exchanges. So I'm not sure exactly what the benefit would be, except that now, you can stake and unstake your Hex cheaper on the base layer, I suppose.
Hey, Eric. Eric?
Alex, go ahead.
Hey, Eric, how you doing today, buddy? How's everything?
Is that Corey?
Yes, I'm Corey. How are you today?
Nice to meet you, Corey.
Nice to meet you, too. It's a pleasure. First and foremost, I just want to say that I appreciate wholeheartedly that you came in here to speak with us. And I think there is an elephant in the room that I want to discuss from an unbiased and critical perspective, because I know that you have spoke very passionately about different crypto communities, about the intricacies of different crypto communities, about both the positives and the negatives. And I respect and appreciate that from a non-biased perspective myself. And I think the elephant in the room is this, Eric, is I saw your thread. And I think that it's crucial that we discuss your perspective on what is going on with this SEC issue. And I'm curious to hear your perspective on it from a non-biased approach, as someone who does have a respect for Richard and a respect for the Hex community, but also simultaneously has the ability to be critical when things need to be critical.
I don't know more than you guys. I saw the SEC papers. They looked authentic to my amateur view, and then I sent it to a lawyer, Preston Byrne, who took a look at it, and so did that. The name of the ex-SEC attorney, Mark, also looked at it, and it doesn't seem like there's any reason to believe that this is not authentic. And even in some of the Hexagon channels that I'm in, it seems like most people are accepting that it is actually, that the documents are actually real. And if you look in the papers where you're supposed to send the evidence to, there's a couple of names there. Derek Kleinman or something like that. It's one of the staff of the SEC that is supposed to receive the evidence, and he's a fraud investigator that's been working for the SEC for 14 years. So I think that, I'm not a lawyer, I don't have any legal expertise or anything like that. But it seems like there's a serious investigation going into Hex, which is understandable. I mean, I linked some couple of clips in the thread where you can see that Hex has been aggressively marketed towards retail people, and it is, would probably classify as a security if the SEC wanted it to be classified as such. So, yeah, it seems like the thing that the Hex community has always, it's always been up in the air whether or not this would happen, and now it has happened. So,
what happened?
Comes out of that?
They're looking into an influencer. They're not looking into Hex. They're asking.
Hey, trillion.
Hold on. No. This is important.
All right, Katie, you had your hand up, and then Amelia or Moon.
I do partially agree with Eric in the sense that, they are definitely, it is a real case. But what the repercussions are, that is still unknown. And what their motive is, that's still unknown too, because they might not necessarily be trying to deem Hex's security, but utilizing Richard Hart's community to find out where Richard Hart is located. So there is multiple motives that the SEC could be going for here, and it's too early for anybody to speculate or really jump to any conclusions or try and jump down other people's throats. But my question for Eric would be, what are your thoughts on the new consensus model for Pulse Chain being ETH 2.0 forked with, obviously certain different implementations within the consensus?
Yeah, so I agree. It's a subpoena, and that means that they're collecting information, and there's no charges that has been levied yet, as we know. So it's still an exploratory stage, but it's not a great thing. About the consensus, it's a fork of Ethereum. So Richard has basically described it as a straight up copy paste of Ethereum. There's not that much of a mystery to it, right? It's going to work with the same consensus mechanism that Ethereum uses, which is Jasper is the name of the consensus protocol that Ethereum uses, and it's well tested, audited. It's working on Ethereum, so it's a functional proof of stake protocol. I just think that it's kind of disappointing that Richard has been telling the community that he raised hundreds of millions of dollars to create something that was supposed to be better than Ethereum, and he was talking about all the negatives of Ethereum, and now people are just finding out that it's just going to be a copy paste of that. So I think a lot of the marketing and some of the promises or stuff that has been promised to the Pulse Chain community, that sort of falls flat on its face when it's just a copy of Ethereum. It can't be better in any way. It's just
Well, yeah, but then that's just a strategy pivot, right? Like remember, like when you first met Richard, that must have been right after he switched it from a token that was going to be mined by running GPUs to process computational fluid dynamic stuff, and then he was like, "That's too hard, not going to work," and he pivoted to Hex. Maybe in this case it's different because money changed hands beforehand, but it's like there's the narrative put out to kind of project the idea, but then actually when it comes down to execution, isn't that better that that a more refined strategy has been found now that there's a new reality? Like before ETH 2.0, that was the old reality, and that was what everything was kind of centered around, and then now there's a new reality, and since there's time to adjust to that reality, I don't view that as a negative. That's a positive. That's more important. That I view that as increased credibility on his part for not just doubling down on the old idea because that's what you had told people. And so that's kind of where I see it a little differently on like the impact of the change. Yeah, it's different than what was originally suggested, but isn't that better? Isn't it better to improve? So that's kind of how I see it.
Yeah, it just decreases some of the points that's been made by the Pulse Chain community. Everyone's been talking about that there's been a test net. It's been running. The test net has been running flawlessly for X and X months, and what was that test net? The test net was what exactly? It's not something that's going to be used whatsoever. So what have people actually been testing? If we're going to copy and paste Ethereum, then you need to spin up a whole new testnet for that. Or you can just use some of the currently existing Ethereum testnets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I guess speaking from experience on the testnet, the main use case that I've used for the testnet is that because it had the Ethereum system state fork, including the Hex staking and like existing stakes, and it's like an identical replica, because I build derivatives on top of Hex stakes, and so it was useful for that. And even still, the one that I just launched yesterday, I used Pulse Chain testnet as the testnet, for Ethereum current mainnet, because it is a EVM, like the EVM and the execution layer is identical. And so in that case, that's what it has been useful for. While the chain operated with that type of delegated proof of stake, or whatever the exact mechanic was of the Pulse Chain testnet v2, while that is now kind of thrown out the window where that isn't relevant, there still were components of the system state copy and the EVM, which is like the important piece, to that were validly tested on testnet. And so while the network mechanic may be different, it's still it wasn't all in it wasn't all a total waste.
Well, I don't think the network mechanics overly changed because we had a Binance Frankenstein fork. So Richard Hart was essentially making and implementing several different changes to the prior fork to make it more solid and more secure. So now by forking ETH 2.0, essentially the consensus model hasn't changed. He's just forking something that's proven and well battle tested to be proper working proof of stake consensus model. And the notion doesn't change because the narrative changes. So Pulse Chain came about for 10,000 extra supply to have cheaper fees, to remove the congestion from Ethereum, to make transactions cheaper, to be able to give a community and people on Ethereum now a place to go to be able to utilize the applications that they're already built or are building in a better manner, and that won't destroy them. So like Wonderland and many other things, they really did, or Decentraland, sorry, they really did suffer on Ethereum because they couldn't actually run. So we're giving them the opportunity to be able to utilize a blockchain. So for me, a notion doesn't outweigh marketing, and the consensus model doesn't have overly changes because we didn't really know the true consensus model. Like PulseX, we don't actually truly know the fundamental foundations to which it's being built.
And I'm gonna hand it over to a million or a moon. He's had his hand up for a while. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, KG. First off, I just want to say to Eric, thanks a lot for being here. I want to applaud you for being able and willing to interact with people who may disagree with you. So my question is, one of the most important things when it comes to being a successful investor, speculator, whatever you want to call it, is being able to deal with risk and understand risk. So I want to ask you, a famous tax critic, if you had to summarize what your concerns are, what you think the major risk factors are with Pulse Chain and PulseX, how would you do that?
So I think the main worry that I have running the project that the Hex community has been running so far is just an ERC20 token on Ethereum. And, I know that a lot of people think it's very impressive that you have perfect uptime or flawless operation, but it's just an ERC20 on Ethereum. And the functionality of the Hex system is not that complicated. But when you go into the domain of trying to operate a layer one system now, then you're in a completely different adversarial paradigm where every bug on the base layer which would be Ethereum that threatens your system, you need to be able to maintain the system, patch bugs, and what often happens in Ethereum development is that developers will find a bug, but you can't really announce that you found a bug because then it's that the Ethereum developers do currently is that they patch it secretly and then they communicate with the other leading EVM forks and they say, well, so this is a bug, we're patching it, you guys should also patch it, and then we announce, months down the road after it's been patched, what we did and how we secure the system. But I think that because of the relationship that and the reputation that Richard has built for himself within the overall cryptocurrency ecosystem, there's not going to be top Ethereum developers reaching out to the Pulse Chain developers and saying, hey, you guys should also be aware of this bug, because the Pulse Chain community and the Hex community is widely understood to have scammy connotations. So I think that the Pulse Chain developer community would be maybe the last ones to know about flaws that threaten the system. I think that's a pretty precarious position to be in, to be running a fork of a system where you don't have the relationship.
if I can maybe push back for a second here, this doesn't strike me as an issue that is insurmountable. I mean, unless you have some kind of understanding that other people aren't aware of, I don't see any reason why this relationship could not change, or there could be a relationship in which Ethereum gas and pulse chain devs are speaking with each other. I mean, unless you're aware of something I'm not, this criticism seems to be able to apply to plenty of other layer ones that have the potential for long-term success eventually. And I don't understand why this is a problem that is insurmountable. I wouldn't say it's insurmountable. I'm saying it's a bad position to be in. I think that's
I believe next was Alex. Go ahead.
Yeah, we talked about a lot since I put my hand up, but my big thing here is when it comes down to these consensus things and like ETH2 copy and paste and pulse chain, these things that are said. I think the reality is we just don't know, right? Like nobody actually knows what V3 brings to the table until V3 comes out, and we could.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and hop off stream. I gotta go.
Copy paste.
Have fun, everyone.
If you look at the code base for pulse chain, there's a little bit of